Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin our main event. Please kindly be seated. And for those of you who are seated farther from the stage, please feel free to turn your chair toward the stage to join us in this meaningful discussion. We're going to soon begin the main event. Please be seated. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, and the distinguished guests are now entering the venue. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. The distinguished participants are now entering the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please welcome them with a warm round of applause. 네, 지금 내외 귀빈 여러분들께서 입장하고 계십니다.
Our distinguished guests are entering the hall. Please welcome them with a warm round of applause. Thank you very much.
A warm round of applause once more, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, very good morning, and I'd like to welcome all of you to the Global Policy Dialogue to advance the prevention and elimination of technology-facilitated gender-based violence. I'm Lee So-yeon, and I'll be your MC for day one of this meaningful discussion, and thank you very much for your presence today. This event is organized by the UNDP in collaboration with Korean National Police Agency. And this dialogue will provide us an opportunity to share experiences and case study from different contexts, as well as highlight the key findings from the recent global and regional knowledge document to inform the future policy development in this area. So we look forward to your meaningful and active participation in the discussion and working group. Now, without further delay, let us begin the Global Policy Dialogues. Now, let us take a moment to introduce our distinguished guests who are joining us this morning. When they're introduced, please join me in welcoming them with a warm round of applause. First of all, the Commissioner General of Korean National Police Agency, Mr. Cho Ji-ho, is in attendance. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you very much for your participation. And now, UN Assistant Secretary General and UNDP Assistant Administrator and Director of Crisis Bureau, Ms. Shoko Nodai, here is with us. Thank you very much. Next, the Member of Parliament, Chairperson of Public Administration and Security Committee of National Assembly of the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Shin Jong-hoon is in attendance. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you. And Director General of International Development Cooperation of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Park Jong-han is here with us. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. And the Director General for International Cooperation Bureau of Korean National Police Agency, Mr. Lee Jun-young, is in attendance. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you very much for your participation. And the Director of UNDP Seoul Policy Center, Dr. Ann Yukner. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. And the Director of UN Women's Center of Excellence for Gender Equality, Dr. Lee Jong-sim, is here with us. Please welcome her with a warm round of applause. The President of Women's Human Rights Institute of Korea, Ms. Shin Bo-ra, is in attendance. Thank you very much. The President of Ewha Women's University, Dr. Kim Eun-mi, is here with us. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Thank you very much. In addition to those I have introduced, we're honored to have many other distinguished participants here with us today, but due to the time constraint, we're not able to introduce each and every one of you individually. So please, we kindly ask for your understanding. We sincerely thank you for your presence here with us today. Then next, we'll officially begin the opening ceremony with remarks from our distinguished guest. First of all, I'd like to invite the Director General for International Cooperation Bureau of the KNPA, Mr. Lee Jun-young, for his welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him with a warm round of applause.
안녕하십니까 경찰청.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee Jun-young, Director General for International Cooperation Bureau of KNPA. Today, I'm very pleased to announce the opening of the Global Policy Dialogue on Preventing and Eliminating TFGBV, co-hosted by the KNPA and UNDP. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the distinguished guests who have taken time out of their busy schedule to attend this event, and to the domestic and international experts who are participating in the presentations and discussions. While the development of digital technology has brought us many conveniences, it has also brought with it new and unexpected risks and challenges. In particular, TFGBV, which is characterized by its rapid spread and difficulty in deletion, has a wide range of effects that extend beyond the lives of individuals to society as a whole, and its nature is such that it quickly transcends national borders, limiting the ability of individual countries to respond. There's an urgent need for countries to work together to create the institutional framework to protect victims, effectively punish perpetrators, and most importantly, strengthen prevention. Today's conference is an important opportunity to bring together experts and stakeholders from around the world for in-depth discussions on response to digital sex crimes and explore ways to work together. KNPA and UNDP hope that this will bring together the experience and wisdom of countries and lead to stronger and more systematic legal and institutional measures. We're confident that the sessions today and tomorrow will generate rich discussions and innovative proposals that will lead to real change in the protection and prevention of victims and the prosecution of perpetrators. Once again, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for your participation, and KNPA will continue to do its utmost to build a safe and fair digital society and further strengthen the framework for international cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director General, for your welcoming remarks. Your remarks underscores the importance of the collective effort and collaboration in addressing the critical issues. Thank you very much for your remarks. And next, we would like to invite Dr. Ann Eupner, the Director of UNDP Seoul Policy Center, for her welcoming remarks. Please welcome her with a warm round of applause.
Your Excellencies, esteemed colleagues and honored guests, it is my great pleasure indeed to open the Global Policy Dialogue on Technology-Facilitated Gender-Based Violence, jointly organized by UNDP and the Korean National Police Agency. Today, we gather to address the pressing issue of technology-facilitated GBV, affecting individuals across the globe, particularly women and marginalized communities. Your presence here underscores the importance of our collective efforts to combat technology-facilitated GBV. It is a growing concern that demands our immediate attention and action. Recent studies show that 85% of women online experience digital violence. That is not just a statistic, that is a call to action. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in meaningful discussions, share insights, and explore innovative solutions to combat technology-facilitated GBV. Our diverse group of participants, from law enforcement agencies to civil society organizations and technology firms, brings a wealth of experience and expertise that will enrich our dialogue. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our partners, particularly the Korean National Police Agency, for their unwavering commitment to this cause. I would also like to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea for their continuous support of our work. Both of their support has been instrumental in bringing us together for this important dialogue. I encourage all participants to generously share your insights, experiences, and ideas for a future where technology empowers and does not harm. Thank you very much for joining us, and I look forward to fruitful discussions.
Thank you very much, Director, for the remarks. Your remarks reminds us the urgent need and for action and the shared responsibility we all hold in creating a safer digital spaces. Thank you very much. And it is our great pleasure to invite the Commissioner General of KNPA, Mr. Cho Ji-ho, to deliver the congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
네, 여러분 반갑습니다. 경찰청장
Meet all of you today. I am Commissioner General of KNPA, Cho Ji-ho. It's with great pleasure that KNPA and the UNDP are hosting the Global Policy Dialogue today to discuss legal and institutional responses to TFGBV. First of all, I'd like to thank Shoko Noda, Assistant Administrator of UNDP, and other officials for their efforts to strengthen the global responses to TFGBV. I would also like to thank Chairperson Shin Jung-hoon of the National Assembly Committee on Public Administration and Security and President Kim Eun-mi of Ewha Women's University for taking the time to be with us, as well as Minister of Interior Safety Lee Sang-min and former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon for their written congratulatory remarks. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to the police delegations and civil society organizations from around the world, as well as domestic and international experts who are participating today. KNPA has strengthened its investigative capabilities by introducing the Undercover Investigation System in September 2021 to collect evidence of digital sex crimes against children and adolescents and arrest the perpetrators. In addition, we have developed the international response platform, iNarray, to remove child sexual exploitation materials and block their distribution, and are doing our best to create a healthy and safe digital culture by strengthening global law enforcement cooperation. However, recently, digital sexual crimes using deepfakes have become more diversified and intelligent and have spread widely across borders, threatening the lives of citizens. In this changing environment, police efforts alone are not enough to fully respond to digital sex crimes and secure security. It is a crucial time for police forces and CSOs around the world, including international organizations, to join forces to strengthen law and system to prevent and respond to TFGBV. In that sense, this global policy dialogue is an opportunity to build a global partnership to combat this GBV, as well as to discuss practical and innovative measures to protect victims and ensure that perpetrators are thoroughly pursued and brought to justice. In particular, the two-day conference will redefine the roles of law enforcement and civil society in the fight against digital sex crimes and identify practical solutions for public-private partnerships. We hope that this conference will make a significant contribution to creating a digital environment where all citizens around the world can live safely and securely. As a responsible national police force, the KNPA will continue to strengthen international cooperation with overseas law enforcement agencies and expand cooperation with domestic and international experts to combat TFGBV. In conclusion, I'd like to ask for your continued interest and support in strengthening our global response capabilities. Thank you once again for attending this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There was a congratulatory speech delivered by Commissioner General of KNPA, Mr. Cho Ji-ho. Thank you very much for emphasizing the importance of partnership and innovative solution. Thank you. And we now have the honor of welcoming Ms. Shoko Noda, the UN Assistant Secretary General and UNDP Crisis Bureau Director, for her remarks. Please join me in welcoming her with a warm round of applause.
Mr. Cho Ji-ho, Commissioner General of Korean National Policy Agency, distinguished chairpersons, government and organizations representatives, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. Also, I extend my warm welcome to all invitees and participants from Korean National Policy Agency, the UN, international and regional and national institutions and organizations, and police representatives and civil society organizations from UNDP partner countries, namely Bangladesh, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Cote d'Ivoire, Georgia, Indonesia, Maldives, and North Macedonia. It is a pleasure to be here in Korea for this global policy dialogue on combating technology-facilitated gender-based violence. I'm sincerely grateful for our partnership with Korea. Specifically, I'm thankful to the Korean National Police Agency for their global leadership in addressing this serious problem. The hosting of the dialogue here in Korea with KNPA is very timely. At UNDP, we are proud of our very strong partnership and collaboration in strengthening the capacities of national policy around the world to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. Technology-facilitated gender-based violence is a very complex global issue with devastating effects on victims and survivors worldwide. The issue stems from discriminatory beliefs and cultural norms violating human rights, especially of women and girls. This is especially important in crisis and post-conflict settings where GBV is significantly exacerbated. A 2016 UN Women report found that in crisis setting, 70% of women and girls experience GBV compared to 35% globally. The prevalence of firearms is also a factor which can worsen the problem of GBV, as their presence in the home increases the likelihood of femicide by 500%, according to UN Women. As we now see, digitalization has also exacerbated by GBV across all settings. A 2016 survey by Korean National Human Rights Commission found that 85% of women encountered online hate speech. With the rapid evaluation of technology and the rise of AI, artificial intelligence, the sophistication of online gender-based violence is increasing. This allows perpetrators to operate with greater impunity as they evade arrest and prosecution. Often, the problem is minimized by the mistaken belief that it is not genuinely as harmful as physical violence. Yet, there is overwhelming evidence showing that serious harm which impacts the psychological, emotional, economic, social safety, and security well-being of victims. This issue is very close to my heart. I'm pleased that we are together enhancing survivor-centered policing to address technology-facilitated gender-based violence. This focus is vital for combating these crimes and ensuring victims have access to justice and the right support. Investing in law enforcement to address these abuses in an evolving digital landscape is increasingly urgent. Less than 10% of survivors report their cases to the police. This is very, very low. The police play a crucial role in building trust between citizens and the state, which is essential for effective prevention and response efforts. We need to learn from Korean experience and make policing more survivor-centered and build trust and confidence in the police. I have been made aware that Korean police is one of the world's most effective police forces. The Korean police have top-notch expertise on technology-facilitated gender-based violence, crime investigation, and victim support. Korea's recent steps to address this growing global concern is a model for other countries. And this is why UNDP is very pleased that KNPA is a strategic partner of UNDP. UNDP brings to this partnership a broad mandate on rule of law and security. We are also committed to supporting coordination in the UN system. We have a very strong country presence to make sure the impact of this work is maximized. In conclusion, I would like to thank again KNPA for their invaluable support and expertise. This collaboration has enhanced global knowledge and program support for law enforcement, and we believe this is crucial for responding to gender-based violence. I commend the excellent work being done by UNDP country offices and our national partners, many of who are present for this for the policy dialogue this week. Lastly, I would like to encourage everyone to use the next 2 days to learn openly, share experience candidly, and let's all live with these best ideas, best practices, and some good networks to build from. Let's aim to do better collectively when it comes to combating technology facilitating gender-based violence. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shoko Noda, for the thoughtful remarks which provide us the valuable guidance for today's discussion. We highly appreciate it. Thank you. And now we'd like to invite His Excellency Shin Jong-hoon, the Chairperson of Public Administration and Security Committee of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea, for his remarks. Please join me in welcoming him with a warm round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Shin Jong-hoon, Chairperson of the Public Administration and Security Committee of the National Assembly.
심각한 문제에 직면해 있습니다.
Our society is facing a serious problem of TFGBV, and the ever-evolving criminal modus operandi is causing victims to suffer and our safety to be threatened. The number of deep-fake crimes increased from 156 in 2021 to 180 last year, and by July this year, we confirmed that 297 deep-fake-related crimes have occurred. Last year, 3 out of 4 suspects in deepfake pornography crimes were teenagers, highlighting how digital technology is leading to a younger age of offense. Lawmakers
성범죄 근절을 위해
have been pushing for amendments to Sexual Violence Punishment Act and the Children and Youth Act to expand undercover investigations of GBV against adults as well as children, and to establish a post-approval system to preemptively conduct undercover investigations in urgent cases, such as at night and on holidays.
다하고 있습니다. 법 개정과는 별도로
And apart from these efforts for legal amendments, in order to eradicate this problem from our society, we have to ensure that our social system will be established for response. And it is in this regard that today's global policy dialogue with the participation of various experts is of great significance. And I'm confident that it will result in more solutions to eradicate TFGBV than any other conference and will pave the way for a safer society in the future. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone for joining us and wish the Global Policy Dialogue a very successful conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was His Excellency Shin Jong-hoon, the Chairperson of Public Administration and Security Committee of National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. Thank you very much for your meaningful remarks. And now we have the honor of welcoming the Dr. Kim Eun-mi, the President of Ewha Women's University, for her congratulatory remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her with a warm round of applause.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eun-mi Kim. I am the president of Ewha Women's University. It is my great honor and privilege to welcome you to this very timely and important global policy dialogue on exploring strategies to address technology-facilitated gender-based violence. The fourth industrial revolution and globalization in the 21st century have brought immense benefits to all of us. Global citizens can travel around the world in one day, and we can enjoy the culture and goods and services from almost any country from around the world without leaving the comforts of our home. On the other hand, we have also seen the dark side of this truly globalized and digitalized world. One critical example is the topic of today's dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, technology-facilitated gender-based violence has become an ever more pervasive problem that transcends national borders. The suffering of victims has exacerbated with the rapid speed of dissemination and enormous difficulty of permanent removal of harmful online content. Although governments and legislative bodies are quickly enhancing laws and systems to punish criminals and support victims, the root of the problem lies in the lack of ethical awareness. Too often, individuals spread harmful online content without any sense of guilt or ethical conscience. Therefore, it is high time that we raise social awareness that technology-facilitated gender-based violence is a serious violation of law. Experts from a variety of fields should align all our efforts to find practical solutions to effectively prevent technology-facilitated gender-based violence. I hope that experts from industry, law enforcement agencies, civil society organizations, and academia who have gathered here today will have a rich dialogue and produce realistic and innovative policy recommendations that we can implement around the world. Please remember that the insights and suggestions that you share today will lay the groundwork for eradicating technology-facilitated gender-based violence. I would like to express my gratitude to all the distinguished guests and participants and hope that today's discussion will play a pivotal role in shaping effective systems and policies to eliminate technology-facilitated gender-based violence. As a goodwill ambassador for UN Women, I will do my best to strengthen global solidarity and work with international organizations to develop effective solutions for this pressing issue. Finally, I would like to thank the organizers and staff who have worked very hard to organize this very important global policy dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your remarks. As she mentioned, her remarks, we look forward to have a practical solution by gathering your expertise and wisdom from here. Thank you very much. We now have the written congratulatory remarks from His Excellency Lee Sang-min, the Ministry of Interior and Safety. And this message will be read by Mr. Lee Chun-hyung, Director General for International Cooperation Bureau of KNPA. Please give him a warm round of applause, everyone.
이상민 장관님의 축사를
Yes, let me read the minister's message on his behalf. It's a great pleasure to meet you all. I am Lee Sang-min, Minister of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea. I would like to congratulate you on this global policy dialogue co-organized by KNPA and UNDP. In recent years, technology-facilitated gender-based violence have become a serious social problem that needs to be addressed globally, not just by one country, as sexual exploitation takes advantage of digital technology such as AI and deepfake, and it's spreading rapidly online. Law enforcement agencies around the world have made great efforts to build mutual networks and track down and apprehend perpetrators to combat digital sex crimes, but criminal schemes that exploit rapidly advancing digital technologies are becoming more sophisticated and advanced. Information sharing and cooperation among governments, international organizations, academia, and civil society organizations around the world is crucial to effectively respond to the changing face of crime. We hope that this conference will serve as a forum to discuss various ways of international cooperation, and that your passion and efforts will serve as a cornerstone for eradicating technology-facilitated gender-based violence and creating a safe global security environment. The government of the Republic of Korea will do its best to strengthen the detection and punishment of offenders and to improve the legal system to protect and support victims. Thank you again for joining us for this global policy dialogue. Minister of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea, Lee Sang.
Thank you very much, Minister, for taking the time to send us the congratulatory remarks. Wish for a rich dialogue to tackle the issues that we are facing today. Thank you for the reading on his behalf. And we now have another written congratulatory remarks from His Excellency Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of United Nations. This message will be read by Dr. Anne Eupner, Director of UNDP, the Seoul Policy Center. Please welcome her with a warm round of applause.
I am honored to deliver the congratulatory remarks on behalf of former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and I quote, "Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to share this congratulatory message on the occasion of the Global Policy Dialogue to advance the prevention and elimination of technology-facilitated gender-based violence. In a world faced with multiple crises and escalating violence, the integration of technology into our daily lives has profound implications for human rights and security. Technology-facilitated gender-based violence has emerged as a pervasive issue, with online platforms being employed to harass, threaten, and harm individuals. Data from various regions highlight the truly global nature of this issue, revealing alarming rates of TF-GBV cases that have severe consequences for victims, affecting their physical, emotional, and psychological well-being. Now, the outrage these atrocities provoke must be transformed into decisive action. Efforts are underway at the national, regional, and international levels to holistically confront this challenge, with countries increasingly committed to combating this global scourge. This topic is also personally dear to me. Indeed, throughout my career, including my time as the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, I have dedicated myself to advancing gender equality and combating violence against women and girls, and expanding women's empowerment. And the establishment of UN Women in 2010 was a pivotal moment in consolidating ongoing global efforts to empower women and realize gender equality. In this context, I'm pleased to see the important partnership led by my home country, the Republic of Korea, in collaboration with UNDP. The partnership between UNDP and the Korean National Police Agency is especially timely, as we seek effective policy options and lessons learned to address TF-GBV. It is encouraging to note that this collaboration has already supported 7 countries in enhancing their national police capacities and empowering civil society organizations to tackle this pressing issue. While we have made meaningful strides to date, it is essential to recognize that this is only the beginning. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we must continue to unite our elevated efforts and work collaboratively. Let us reaffirm our commitment to combating TF-GBV, ensuring accountability, and providing protection and support to victims through a rights-based approach. This dialogue presents a vital opportunity to share our experiences, address challenges, and develop effective solutions to eliminate TF-GBV. As we move forward together, I hope that this global policy dialogue will serve as a platform for sharing insights, discussing challenges and opportunities, and catalyzing closer collaboration to combat TF-GBV through evidence-based policymaking. Together, we can make a difference and create a safer, more equitable, and more inclusive world for all. Thank you very much. End of quote.
Thank you very much, Director Dr. Ann Yupner, for reading the remarks on his behalf. And we greatly appreciated his dedication and leadership for enhancing the gender equality. Thank you very much. And despite a busy schedule, Her Excellency Lee In-sun, the chairperson of Gender Equality and Family Committee of National Assembly of the Republic of Korea, have joined us. And I'd like to invite her up onto the stage for the congratulatory remarks. Please welcome her with a warm round of applause.
예, 반갑습니다.
It's a great pleasure to meet you all. This morning, I've been a part of the Global AI Forum, the morning forum, and I was slightly late today. I ask for your understanding. I was also a part of the Financing Committee of the National Assembly in the past, and I am now in charge of the Global AI Forum as the representative of the National Assembly. And with Representative Cho Sung-ne, I am leading the forum. And in June of this year, I've also been appointed as the chairman or the chairwoman of Gender Equality and Family. We've been thinking of AI as being so convenient, something that really helps us in our everyday life, but we've been also seeing the shortcomings with regard to GBV, deepfake, and a number of challenges, and that's why we've decided to table an agenda as well as bill to respond to this. And we have Commissioner General Cho Ji-ho of KNPA, and he has indicated that this is not something that can be done solely by the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family. It's a pan-government effort that would be required, and that's why a coordination body was put together. And Commissioner General Cho Ji-ho has been very much swift in his action and in his response, and that's why we were able to put in place the act to tackle deepfake, and we have been able to raise the awareness of the challenges and the seriousness of this issue. And I do believe that this policy dialogue is pivotal because we're here not to just deal with the issues in Korea, but also the fact that we're all connected via servers, making this a global crime and an international crime. And in order to engage in coordination and collaboration, I do believe that it's pivotal to have the member of UNDP, including Assistant Secretary General Ms. Shoka Noda, and the relevant partner organizations to really network. And I know that we're going to forge an MOU as well in order to enhance our collaboration. And in that aspect, I do believe that today is a significant event, and I also want to thank for all of your efforts. We have guests from abroad, and I do want to mention that we do need to join hands in eradicating the serious crime and GBV. And once again, with Commissioner General Cho Ji-ho at the center, I really hope that we can bring about a safer world that knows no TFGBVs. And I can see that, well, I wasn't able to provide an English message, but I know that we have simultaneous interpretation. So I do want to mention once again, we're seeing international crime in this sphere, in this domain, and I really hope that we can come together in eradicating and eliminating the violence. And we also have Chairperson Shin of the Public Administration and Security Committee of the National Assembly, but we also have the Ministry of the Interior that they are also a fervent supporter of dealing with the situation. And I want to mention that the most vulnerable are women, girls, and we also have President of Ewha Women's University, Dr. Eun-mi Kim here. Thank you also for your support and your presence here today. Once again, I truly hope that we can bring about a safer, a happier world for all. I hope that we can be in this together, and along with the Democratic Party at the National Assembly, we'll make sure to provide the right institutional framework to help out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining us this morning despite your very busy schedule. As he said during the remarks, we look forward to exploring specific and realistic solutions in today's discussion and would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed participants for sharing their insight through his remarks. I will now proceed to the special session on the project highlight presented by Mr. Yongchan Kim from the UNDP Seoul Policy Center and Sufian Basha from the UNDP headquarters, and they will share the key outcomes of KNPA and UNDP partnership, focusing on enhancing police capacity to address technology-related challenges. So first, over to you, Mr. Kim. Please welcome them with a warm round of applause.
Good morning, Excellencies and distinguished guests and colleagues. It is my privilege to present the key achievements of the first phase of the UNDP KNPA global collaboration for the Police Capacity Building Support Program for combating gender-based violence in the digital sphere. We sincerely thank the Government of the Republic of Korea and KNPA for their essential support, which made this very important project possible. This project also has been jointly implemented by dedicated teams from UNDP's Global Policy Network, including UNDP's Seoul Policy Center, Global Team for Rule of Law, and Global Program for Gender. The foundation of this project is a strong partnership between UNDP and KNPA, which began in 2017 with the USPC's SDG Partnership Project. This initiative focused on sharing KNPA's expertise in addressing gender-based violence with partner countries. Over 5 years, 7 countries benefited from enhanced police capacities through peer-to-peer knowledge exchange with KNPA and catalytic seed funding. In late 2022, in response to the alarming rise in TFGBV, especially after the COVID-19 crisis, we launched a new initiative to further strengthen police capacity in this critical area, providing necessary support to 3 countries. Building on this successful collaboration and the trust established between our institutions, we formalized our partnership by signing the Statement of Intent in 2023 and established a funding agreement for the Police Capacity Building Program for combating gender-based violence to respond to the significant demand from countries all around the world. Under this project, UNDP and KNPA provided catalytic seed funding and technical support to partner countries and develop global policy analysis and guidances on TFGBV to inform governments, policy practitioners, and relevant institutions worldwide. Last but not least, this project has brought us together for this global policy dialogue today, where we can share best practices and foster collaboration. The essence of the project was to share KNPA's expertise and experiences with other partner countries, which took places in 3 formats. First, from March to July, UNDP and KNPA conducted a series of online sessions involving 5 countries. During these sessions, over 65 police officers from these countries gained valuable insights into Korea's strategy for addressing TFGBV, and they have further cascaded their learnings by sharing with their peer police officers in each country. Participants also engaged in South-South triangular cooperation, not only learning from KNPA, but exchanging good practices and experiences among each other that can enhance their capabilities in combating this critical issue. Second, we also facilitated study missions to Korea. A delegation of high-level representatives from Ministry of Interior of North Macedonia visited Korea, where they engaged with various Korean institutions and gained hands-on experiences how Korean organizations, including KNPA, effectively address cases of TFGBV. Last but not least, we also conducted expert missions to to countries. In August, USPC and KNPA carried out our missions to Cote d'Ivoire and Indonesia, providing in-person trainings and workshops. This initiative brought together over 200 police officers, along with representatives from police agencies, UN agencies, and judiciaries, and civil societies. Participants benefited from knowledge exchange with KNPA experts on a range of critical topics, including legislation, system reform, police organizational restructuring, capacity building and training programs, public awareness raising, cyber investigation techniques to address TFGBV, victim-centric reporting, and effective victim protection mechanisms. The experiences and expertise of KMPA were truly welcomed by the partner countries and had a catalytic impact in their efforts in enhancing police capacities in TFGBV. While project duration has been less than a year, countries have already implemented concrete actions and achieved results, such as massive awareness raising campaigns, developing a training modules for police officers, and establishment of new police unit designated for TFGBV. My colleague Sofiane will present them in detail.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Yongshan. So my name is Sofiane Basha. I work with the Crisis Bureau with UNDP HQ. So in addition to Yongshan's presentation part on the capacity building support to KNPA, from KNPA and UNDP, I would like to highlight a few achievements, as Yongshan mentioned, of the project on awareness raising, new tools, institutional changes prompted by the activities of the project and policy development it fostered. So here we have, in terms of awareness raising, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, over 50 awareness sessions throughout 2024 reached out more than 6,000 students were conducted in primary and secondary schools. Also, an online safety campaign was conducted on platforms like Facebook, Google, Instagrams, generating over 7,800 clicks with almost 5 million impressions on these social media websites. In Côte d'Ivoire, the police is conducting peer-to-peer police trainings and nationwide awareness raising campaign Tous Responsables en Ligne. Around 3,250 people, including students, teachers, and parents, have taken part in the campaign. In North Macedonia, a forum theater play on gender-based violence titled Condemned was organized to spotlight the pressing issue of violence against women and girls. We will see some of these in the video at the end of this presentation. The project also triggered internal reflections and review of police organization in some countries. For example, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, a dedicated unit has been created within the Police Directorate of the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina to prevent and address GBV in the digital realm, with the national government allocating financial resources for its staffing. Also, in Indonesia, it is the training curriculum that has been updated to include the modules on TFGBV covering 6 key topics, including the definition of TFGBV, legal framework, victim support, investigation strategies of TFGBV cases. The project has been also supporting the implementation of the eMonitor Plus tool, which is a tool promoted by UNDP that has artificial intelligence capabilities to listen and analyze social media content, including toxic communication, hate speech, disinformation, and gender bias. The tool has been implemented in Georgia and Maldives in collaboration with CSOs, including the Media Development Foundation in Georgia and the Family Legal Clinic in Maldives. A specific presentation will be done in session 4 on eMonitor Plus, so the last session of today. The project has also been supporting policy development in both national and global levels to establish a framework for addressing TFGBV. For example, in North Macedonia, the project facilitated an analysis of TFGBV to identify key issues and recommendations for enhancing prevention and protection measures. Globally, UNDP, the Rule of Law, Security, Human Rights team and the gender team are finalizing 2 knowledge documents aimed at preventing and combating TFGBV. These documents offer actionable recommendation to strengthen institutional response, including by law enforcement. The document draws on insights from partner countries and will incorporate also feedback from the global policy dialogue that we are having these 2 days. So let me conclude here with a presentation of a video that highlights key moments from the project activities over the past few months in partner countries. I hope this gives you a best understanding of the achievement of the project.
Ми е страф. Тој ми се закани дека ќе објави фотографија од мене како се туширам. Сака да ме објави гола на Facebook.
Ти не си виновна. Има начин. Пријави го онлайн насилството во полиција.
Thank you very much. The last video was part of the campaign in North Macedonia. Thank you very much. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you, Mr. Kim, and thank you, Mr. Basha, for sharing the key outcomes of KMPA and UNDP partnership. And we sincerely hope that we could come up with the actionable solution through this solid partnership and through today's gathering as well. We'd like to express our gratitude to all the speakers for their valuable insight and to our participants for their attentive listening. And before proceeding to the next session, we would like to have a commemorative photo session. So may I invite our VIPs, please join us on the stage for the group photo. 사진 촬영을 진행하겠습니다. 네, 왜 귀빈 여러분들께서는
So again, we invite our VIPs up in front for the group photo.
Commemorative photo session. Distinguished VIP guest, please join us on the stage. Another participant, please remain seated. And during this time, we kindly request all other participants, please remain seated. Please show us biggest smile towards the camera. Shall we give a round of applause towards the camera? Thank you very much. We wrap up the photo session. You may return to your seat. Thank you very much for your participation. And we'll now have a short coffee break. Coffee and tea is prepared at the back side of this conference room, and we'll reconvene at 11:30 a.m. 11:30 a.m. We're going to proceed to the next session. Please enjoy a tea and coffee, and we'll see you at the next session, which begins at 11:30 a.m. Thank you very much.
everyone. I have prepared a presentation throughout which I will provide a brief overview of today's topic in relation to the country I came from. Bosnia and Herzegovina is a complex country with state-level two entities, Republic of Srpska and Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the Brčko district as a special administrative unit. The situation in the federation is more complex because the federation is divided into 10 cantons. Each of these parts has a high degree of autonomy with its own legislative, executive, and judicial bodies. The organization of the police is presented on this slide. As you can see, we have police bodies at the state level, police bodies at the entity and the Brčko district levels, as well as the level of each canton. The legal framework is also considered at 4 levels. The legal solutions are very similar in these legal frameworks, with the exception that the area of cybercrime is not in the jurisdiction of the state level, it is in the jurisdiction of the entities level. Also, Republic of Srpska is different from the rest of Bosnia and Herzegovina with 2 specific laws. One is regulating virtual currencies, and the second is we used to call it law on pedophiles because this law has a long name. And the Republic of Srpska also have a strategy for combating cybercrime. The Republic of Srpska and 2 action plans for today's topics. For today, I believe the second action plan is very interesting.
Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, we hope you're having a pleasant coffee break. We'll soon begin the session 1, so I would like to invite our distinguished participant back to the main event hall. Once again, we're going to begin our session 1. Please kindly make your way to the hall and be seated. We do provide a simultaneous interpretation throughout the event. Please set your receiver to channel 1 for Korean and 2 for English. Once again, this is a friendly reminder for our esteemed participants who are standing outside. We're going to proceed to the session 1, so please kindly be seated. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And we would like to invite our session moderator and a panelist up onto the stage. We're going to begin session 1. Please be seated. Thank you. 이제 곧 첫 번째 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 모든 참석자분들
We'll be beginning session 1 shortly, so we ask you to take your seats so that we can begin. Thank you very much. We are providing simultaneous interpretation for session 1 as well. So if you need interpretation, please use the receivers. Channel 1 is Korean and channel 2 is English. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Let's begin the first session of the Global Policy Dialogue. We have invited our moderator and a panelist up onto the stage. This first session will be facilitated by Mr. Sofian Basha from UNDP. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a big round of applause. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Soy. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to session 1 of the Global Policy Dialogue on TFGBV. My name is Sofian Basha, and I am the Community Security Specialist within the Crisis Bureau of UNDP, specifically with the Rule of Law, Security and Human Rights team. I'm honored to moderate this first substantive session on understanding TFGBV. Actually, the objective of the session we'll discuss the concept of TFGBV, exploring its various forms, root causes, and consequences. In our increasingly digital world, TFGBV is a growing issue that disproportionately affects women and children. The anonymity and accessibility of online platforms have led to complex manifestation of TFGBV, including cyber-talking, online harassment, non-consensual image sharing, and artificial intelligence-generated videos and images. Understanding the impact of these technologies is crucial for developing effective strategies to respond to this issue. And this is one of the objectives also of this session. Through this session, we aim to build a foundational understanding that will inform our discussions and sets the stage for the the following sessions and the whole event later today and tomorrow. So today we are fortunate to have a panelist composed of various experts from many organizations from the UN and out of the UN, each bringing unique insights from different perspectives and facets of TFGBV. First, we'll be having Mrs. Guru Week from UNDP. She will kick off with an overview of the conceptual framework around TFGBV, laying the ground for our session. Secondly, we will have Mrs. Sarah Baird from UNFPA, and she will share insights on the impact of TFGBV on girls and women, examining the ongoing nature of the impact. We will be having also online Mrs. Catherine Travis from UN Women and Mr. Unko Lee from UN Women Center of Excellence for Gender Equality in Seoul. I think they are already connected. I can see them on the screen. They will highlight recent gaps and progresses also to address the TFGBV from different perspective of the frameworks that are globally work on this perspective and how comprehensive approaches are important. Then we'll have also Mrs. Myung Song Kang from Women's Human Rights Institute of Korea. She will discuss the direct services provided to TFGBV victims and key trends from her work on this issue. Then, last but not least, Mrs. Irene Mwandwa, Director of Policy with 2L. She will close our panel presentations by discussing emerging trends in TFGBV and offering insights into innovative presentation and policy approaches. So after this, we will be having a Q&A session. So please, if you have any questions or any insights also to add to the presenters, you are welcome to do that. So let's turn to Guru. Guru brings over 15 years of experience in international development and peace building. She currently works with the gender team at Bureau for Policy and Program Support in UNDP in New York, where she provides policy guidance on inclusive governance and gender-based violence prevention as part of the Gender Equality Global Program. So, Guru, could you please explain what TFGBV is, its global prevalence trends, and its potential consequences for children, girls, and women? Over to you.
Thank you, Sufyan. And I'm very happy to be here today and to talk about this very timely and important topic. So what I want to do is to run over some of the definitions or the lack of definitions of TFGBV, some of the types and the root causes of TFGBV, and also draw your attention to some of the global trends, the consequences at individual, community, and institutional level. And if we have time, I'll run through some of the concrete examples to also illustrate what TFGBV is and how it affects different groups of society. So to set the scene, I think it's important to emphasize that technology-facilitated gender-based violence isn't a new phenomenon, but it's happening in a context where we, around the world, still are facing gender equality and a growing level of gender inequality, and where gender-based violence is a huge part of that. What technology does is to magnify what was already there. It is gender-based violence. It perpetuates gender-based violence that has been pre-existing technology, but it also brings some of the new types of violence. For instance, in terms of a perpetrator can be anonymous. Online platforms provides you that protection as a perpetrator, but you can also do it across border, that many has already touched upon in the introductory sessions, that you can sit in one country and be a perpetrator and exercise violence against someone sitting in another country, which complicates the whole issue of legal protection and law enforcement. There's a lot of good work around the world going on by legislators, by government, by civil society, by academics, and also UN agencies. And coming out from the General Assembly this year, where the Pact for the Future is actually addressing the issue of TFGBV as a global issue that we need to build broad coalitions and partnerships to address. There's a lot to build on, but we haven't really agreed on a common definition of what TFGBV is. But UNFPA provides, in my view, one of the most comprehensive definition of what it is. And they define it, TFGBV, as an act of violence perpetrated by one or more individuals, that it's committed, it's assisted, aggravated, and amplified in part or fully by the use of information and communication technologies or digital media against a person on the basis of their gender. And what I find useful in this definition is that it is defining TFGBV as intentional. It is on purpose. It's not coming out of the blue. It is to hurt, it is to intimidate, and it is to disenfranchise certain groups of society. And given the gender equality that we see even is growing around the world, women and girls are at particular risk of that type of violence. So I just wanted to give you a little sense of how broad the issue is, and to draw your attention to some of the types of TFGBV. And this is by no means an exhaustive list, but it's many forms, and it also happens in online spaces, but we also tend to forget that it facilitates violence in the physical spaces too. So it ranges from cyber harassment to cyber stalking, online sexual exploitations and abuse, online grooming. Girls and young women are particularly at risk for this type of TFGBV. Doxing, publishing private information, gender disinformation, hate speech and defamation. This is particularly observed against women in leadership position, and any leadership, whether you are a legislator or a human rights activist, a climate activist, journalist, we're seeing a growing level of violence against these groups of women. Image-based abuse, deepfakes, non-consensual sharing of photos. This has also received quite a bit of attention around the world, and there's work being done to address this in legal reform. Intimate partner surveillance, and this is a type of TFGBV that can be committed in the physical space through a cell phone, spyware, or GPS. You can actually track your victim and severely impact their ability to move freely. So the root causes, and I think here I mentioned it already, TFGBV is happening in a global context where we see a rising level of authoritarianism. There is a backlash against democratic values. We also see a backlash against gender equality and power imbalances. There's a shrinking space for civil society to operate, and women's rights activists and the feminist movements are currently under threat and constant attacks. And this is due to the patriarchal norms and misogyny that it's continuing to infiltrate and be part of our societies. And as we know, this disproportionately affects women and girls. And intersectionality is also an important factor here. I just wanted to show you this slide to just illustrate how tremendous the issue is. This is from the Economist Intelligence Unit research that was done in 2020. So some of these figures are already outdated. But this is a survey, a global survey, which looks at the prevalence of violence against women who are in online spaces. And you see that it ranges from 70+% to 98 and the 90s in the Middle East and Latin America with the highest prevalence. The 85% of women experiencing TFGBV is already mentioned in some of the introductory sessions. And what are the consequences on individuals, on communities, and also on institutions? Women and girls are particularly at risk, but then again, there are certain groups within those segments that are also at a higher risk. And like I mentioned, women in leadership position, whether it is as a journalist or a human rights advocate, or as a legislator, you are particularly at risk because you're also using online platforms as a tool to communicate. But just to give a few figures, so 44%, almost half of women parliamentarians are facing death, rape, or assault threats on social media. 73% of women journalists experience online violence, and 20% of those are experience online violence, but that also continues into the physical space. 80% of child sexual abuse images are of girls aged 11 to 13, and 58% of young women globally report online harassment, and the list goes on. And just to come back to the intersectionality, women who are of ethnic minorities or represent with the LGBTQI community or have disabilities face a higher risk of abuse. And almost 42% of women politicians have been targeted for defamatory or sexual content, and 47% of young women face attacks for opinion on their political or feminist or health or climate change, whatever they're advocating for, just for the sheer fact that they are women. So at the individual level, I know that Sarah is going to go more into depth on that, but it could have fatal effects, but psychologically impact your traumatized stigma, anxiety and depression. It also has a physical impact, stress-induced and health issues, economic impact. You could lose your job because of it, or medical expenses. The social impact is also severe in terms of isolation, and somebody already brought up the fact that only 10% of gender-based violence victims are reporting it to the police. At the community and the social level, it erodes trust in digital platforms and increases the digital gender divide, which is already there. It hinders gender equality by disempowering women and girls, and it's threatening our democracies. It hampers democratic participation in all aspects of public life. It also has a high social and economic cost, including healthcare, law enforcement, and productivity, because women are prevented from participating in the economic sphere, which also has a severe impact on sustainable and inclusive development. I think I will skip the examples and leave that maybe to the Q&As and the discussions, but I'm looking forward to engage with all of you and build on the experiences that you have generated through this project between UNDP and KNPA, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Guru. Thanks for setting up the scene for all of us. I think what you mentioned around the impact at the global level, but also at the personal level, we're getting now into how TFGBV uniquely impacts young people and women specifically with Mrs. Sarah Bate. She is the gender-based violence technical specialist for UNFPA Asia, and the Pacific Regional Office with over 21 years of experience in GBV response across Africa and Asia. Currently based in Colombo, Sri Lanka, she provides policy and technical support to GBV teams across South Asia with a focus on emerging issues like technology-facilitated GBV. So, Mrs. Beard, could you discuss the severe impact of TFGBV on girls and women, including those in politics, and how this influences their lives and the society at large after the global figures that Guru mentioned? So we are getting more a deep dive into the impact. So over to you, Sarah. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sofyan. And I want to just show a slide. Don't worry, we will not be going over all of these, but I think it's just illustrative. You heard Guru sort of give a more detailed example of some of the types of TFGBV that exist. This slide is actually a couple of years old. We probably have twice as many forms now of TFGBV that we could add to this. So I think it's important to understand how it continues to evolve. It's always a step ahead of those of us who are trying to respond. I want to pick up a bit on the idea of the online-offline continuum. So we hear a lot about the online continuum, and it can become it threatens women and girls. It can become physical. They can experience repercussions in their real lives because of what's happening online. And this is, certainly true, sometimes through just driven out of online spaces completely, and sometimes by coordinated groups of men and boys who have become radicalized as part of the so-called manosphere, driving women and girls off of platforms and creating an environment where there's no safe space, both public and private space, just a pervasive feeling of risk. But I think we also have to be careful to recognize that for a long time now, since we've had types of technology, women who are already experiencing intimate partner violence, stalking, sexual violence, have been experiencing this shift so that now they can also be attacked online. They can be surveilled. This is very common with intimate partner violence and ex-partners, for example. So I think it's an important aspect to keep in mind. We also know that there's a very wide range of perpetrators for TFGBV. So you have sort of the usual suspects who are involved in TFGBV: families, partners, ex-partners, sometimes strangers, colleagues. But we also see perpetrators moving into other realms. It becomes easier to reach women if you are a political actor, a state actor, a part of a men's advocacy groups where they can reach out and target women online much more easily than they can find them individually in real life, as well as criminals who target women for particular types of online crime. The characteristics, there are some advantages for a perpetrator who wants to use TFGBV. Of course, as you heard Guru say, there's anonymity. There's a feeling of impunity. It's hard to track people over these geographic barriers. So there is a degree, they're right in feeling a degree of impunity there. I think one of the most distressing things that survivors tell us is the feeling of the images being online forever, or the abuse being online forever. So you can work with various organizations and you can think you've removed it all, and it will still pop up sometimes elsewhere. So you live with that fear. So I think this heightening blurring of this space just creates more of an environment that contributes to the normalization of violence against women and girls. For the impacts on survivors, I think we heard our UNDP speaker, Shoko Nobu, mention that a lot of times people think there's a lesser impact, but many of the same effects occur: stress, anxiety, self-isolation, self-blame, withdrawing from your social networks. And actually, research shows that when victims of hate crimes experience more severe psychological consequences than victims of crime that is not motivated by hate. So we know that a lot of the stranger-generated TFGBV in particular is motivated by misogyny, along with the intersections that we know exacerbated, intersections with race, caste, religion, sexual and gender identity. And so these consequences just reinforce one another. The isolation leads to more anxiety, leads to self-censorship on online platforms. And these platforms are needed for women and girls to work, to go to school, to engage in their communities and in social activism. So families may even react by trying to protect girls by restricting their access to online opportunities to connect and learn. So taken together, the impact is really to have a chilling effect on the voices of women and girls. As advances in tech continue, the potential for the malevolent use of tech is amplified. And one example that we've already heard a bit about this morning is deepfake technology, targeting public figures as well as individuals with the aim of defaming them, humiliating them, silencing them. And anyone can do it now. It takes less than half an hour, and it takes no money, and it just takes one clear facial image of a survivor, and you too can create a pornographic deepfake video. You see Taylor Swift here, I've pulled out as an example. She may seem an odd case to highlight here, a billionaire pop star who we may think has all sorts of resources to take care of herself. But you may have heard that she was targeted with deepfake pornographic videos earlier this year. They've been viewed over 45 million times. And why was she chosen other than just being a woman and a famous woman? I think there's something interesting about that. She also has gone up against the entertainment industry and bought back her catalog and fought for being able to reclaim ownership of her artistry. And so she's a businesswoman and an artist who took control back. And I think it's interesting that we see the particular deepfake pornography tactic used mostly against women, 99% of the time. Maria Ressa, who you may very well be familiar with, an investigative journalist who called out the abuse of power in the Duterte regime, faced with death threats, rape threats. The legal arm of the government came down on her, accusing her of all manner of crimes, faced imprisonment, and ultimately ended up winning the Nobel Prize for the courage that she showed in trying to counteract this. But she was one of the first people to call out the use of social media to spread disinformation and to silence public dissent. Okay. Oh, I've got to talk faster. So TFGBV is consciously being used to obstruct women's equal participation. I'll just direct you here to The Virtual is Real. These are a series of stories that UNFPA has put together, highlighting what's happened to women all over the globe, many different types of TFGBV. So we have to remember that this happens far more often to non-public women, to individual women. There are many ways we can mitigate the impact through survivor-centered response. I think we have to recognize that the survivor-centered process has to be maintained when we're working with TFGBV survivors. We have to understand how to expand our referral networks and our partnerships. We've all got to get better with digital technology and understanding just the basics. How do you turn off location? How do you do these things to help keep survivors safer? And we have to protect survivors from further harm by making sure that we're using safe data practices. When we're helping them and collecting information, or when we're doing research, we don't want to put them at more risk. So lastly, I just want to share this QR code because I think we all have many resources we want to share. And this is UNFPA's list of TFGBV publications that are coming up, and to highlight that we do have a publication pending that is frontline service provider training modules for health, education, etc. So I hope you'll find that interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Thanks. I just want also to add that you have the QR code for all the presentations in front of you. So the QR that is on the presentation of Sarah, you can access to it through this code that you have on in front of you on the table. So thanks again, Sarah. You mentioned many things that will link us to other sessions and other presentations in this session, including the harmful material that could stay forever, you know, if we don't do anything, you know, online, which haunts actually the survivors. And also you mentioned it, you know, how easy can we produce fake material online, and this links us also to Irene's presentation later on the new technologies. And so let's now turn to our colleagues online. We have Mrs. Catherine Travis online, policy specialist at UN Women, whose work focuses on addressing sexual harassment across various settings, including online platforms. Catherine has extensive experience developing programs that tackle emerging issues like TFGBV, and she brings a wealth of experience in gender safety and public participations. She's also with Mr. Onko Lee, who oversees the development of gender data programs focused on gender equality and women's empowerment. He's at UN Women Center of Excellence for Gender Equality in Seoul. He brings over 15 years of experience in statistical data collection, processing, and analysis. Can you hear us? Can we put them? Yeah, I can see you now. Okay, so over to you, Catherine, then Mr. Lee also. So please go ahead. Can you put the presentation also, please?
Thank you. Will you be putting the presentation?
Yeah, the IT.
Perfect.
Can you put the presentation on?
Perhaps just as the presentation's getting put on screen, a warm hello to all of you from New York, where I sit, and a big thank you for convening this important dialogue. I think it's a really timely conversation to be having with everyone there. And I think that one thing that's interesting is seeing how much coherence there is across the different presentations. And so for the colleagues who went ahead of me, thank you for your great presentations as well. I will really try not to be repetitive in the interest of time. Is the presentation up on your screen?
I'm not seeing it. Yes, no, it's there. So over to you.
Perfect. Okay, great. So I think I'm probably not going to be able to see it on your screen, so I'll follow on my own screen. It might be a bit tricky, so please bear with me. If we can go to the next slide. Sorry, I've got to toggle a couple of screens. Perfect. Thank you so much. I can see it now. So I think one of the issues that we've already been hearing is how quickly technology keeps advancing. And one thing that we've really seen is that the more technology advances, so too do the forms of violence that we see technology being used for. And so unfortunately, this is not a problem that we can tech our way out of. We will need to have multi-stakeholder partnerships and collaboration to address it deeply. We've already heard much of prevalence data that's available. One meta study that we find quite illustrative has found that it's a range of about 16 to 58% of women globally who've experienced this. And I think one of the things that stands out in that point is just the big gap between those data points, which really shows the importance of having tools to really have a good understanding and a consistent understanding of what it is that we're measuring, that my colleague will be speaking to in a little bit. We've already talked about intersectionality and disproportionate impacts and levels. And I think that that's just something that we need to really keep in mind, but also in our solutions so that we're making sure that we're adapting our responses and our support services to the different and diverse and unique needs of all women. And so in terms of globally, what do we know? I think one thing we know is that we do know some things. And I think that what that is continues to advance as we get more knowledge and we build an evidence base in this. But I think one of the things that we know that's really important to remember at this point in the game is that there's so much that we do not yet know. We have very little in the way of evidence about what works to prevent TFGBV. But again, we're not starting from zero because we have great evidence about what works to prevent GBV more broadly. And so I think that that kind of reminder is important, that we are starting from somewhere, but have a long road to go. And in terms of gaps, there are so many gaps in terms of knowledge and evidence and data, and what we're seeing is increasingly, as there are responses that are being developed, there's a lot of inconsistency in terms of applications. So we are seeing a lot of progress in terms of legislative and policy responses. So since 2018, there's more than 40 countries that have adopted some kind of legislation to address TFGBV specifically. However, the entry points are very different for what those look like. In some cases, it's an extension of existing laws. In other cases, it's the creation of new laws. And sometimes those new laws don't have the gender lens on them that we would like to see. Next slide, please. But we have really, in the last couple of years, made some important normative advances. And I think this is really important to underscore, because what that shows is that at global level, we are creating some common language, but we're also creating a common recognition of the urgency of addressing TFGBV. And so we now have 2 Secretary General reports, and very recently 2 UNGA resolutions as well, on the intensification of efforts to prevent and eliminate all forms of violence against women that specifically look at violence against women in digital context and technology-facilitated violence against women. We have agreed conclusions from the CSW 67 as well, which focused on tech and innovation, which recognize the continuum of violence that we've been hearing a lot about today, but also called for zero tolerance to all forms of violence against women. We have a new mandate from the Statistical Commission that, again, my colleague will be reminding us of. And as we heard earlier, the Pact of the Future, which also had a global digital compact. Now, in those processes, which are, of course, are member state driven processes, there are different kinds of engagement. And one of the ways, especially for the Global Digital Compact, was civil society from around the world really coming together to not just participate in the consultations, but also offer principles and language and support to member states in negotiations that resulted in feminist principles for the Global Digital Compact. And so we're seeing these kinds of interesting multi-stakeholder engagements as well that have been informing some of these normative advances, and will continue to do so when we think about their application going forward. Next slide, please. And so, apologies that some of that looks a little cut off on the screen, but I know it's already been mentioned quite a bit today, but this continuum of online, offline violence really is something that we, I think, need to remember as we move forward, because it doesn't happen in isolation. And I think some of the earlier efforts to address TFGBV looked at it almost like it was a silo that was kind of happening over here, but disconnected from everything else, when in fact it's very permeable and doesn't stay in one place, with causes and consequences and forms of violence moving across different settings in a woman's life and in a girl's life. And so the same important tools that we have for addressing this in a really comprehensive way have to then be expanded, and we need to look at them again with all of the evidence that we have for them to see how can these then be adapted and successfully applied to also effectively address technology-facilitated violence against women. And that includes data and evidence and prevention and survivor-centered responses and legal and policy reform and strengthening women's rights organizations. And because of the unique nature of TFGBV that we've also been hearing quite a bit about today, there's also some important work to think about in terms of coordination of our efforts. So what does this mean when it's a transnational problem? What is the role of tech companies and how do we hold them to account? And so there are all these kinds of questions that come out as well, and issues that we haven't quite, I think, fully grasped in a way that we're able to say, this is the formula and what we have to do everywhere in order to really address this in the comprehensive way that it needs to be. So in that sense, it's requiring us to also look at our own programmatic and policy work and interventions and think about how can we also be innovating those to make sure that we are responding to the full spectrum of the forms of violence that women experience online and offline. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Unko to take us through other parts of the presentation.
Thanks, Katrin. You have 2 more minutes, please.
Okay, so hello, thank you so much for the invitation. Given the limited time that I have, I'll just jump straight into the conceptual definition that came about in the November 2022 for the expert group meeting convened by UN Women. So I think next slide, please. We could just go straight to next slide, please, to the definition. Yeah, so this is a conceptual, a common definition that came about during the expert group meeting discussion in 2022, as Catherine noted before. But you will see that this definition is quite similar to the ones that the previous speaker introduced, which is similar to UNFPA definition. The reason is that because we are building on existing definitions, including UNFPA and the others, to see if we can improve and strengthen the existing definition and build a consensus on going forward towards a common definition. So I'm not going to dwell too much on this definition, but I just want to highlight that this definition is broad enough to include emerging forms of violence and focuses on the means of committing violence rather than space. It emphasizes the online and offline continuum of violence. For example, violence may begin online and continue offline or vice versa, or it can simultaneously occur in both spaces. So, and it's broad enough is to accommodate the new emerging forms of violence, because technology, they've developed so quickly, they change all the time. So due to rapidly evolving nature of technologies, we wanted the definition to be very broad and inclusive. So next slide, please. Just want to highlight that in July of this year, the UN Women's Center of Excellence for Gender Equality and the Women's Human Rights Institute of Korea and the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family, we organized an international conference bringing about, we brought together government focal points from 9 countries and experts around the world to really discuss some of the key insights and challenges about how to address and measure TFL. Some of the key observations from this conference is that we learned that most participating countries did not have a dedicated national definition of TFL, obviously. Instead, they relied on multiple legislations such as cybersecurity and sexual violence acts to conceptualize online violence. And these legal definitions tend to be very general and narrow in scope. So compared to the broader conceptual definition that we have that came out from the expert group. So there's still a short gap that we need to fill. It's interesting to note that some of the countries, such as Indonesia and the Philippines, they do collect data on TFL from police, service providers, CSOs, and human rights institutions. But the problem is that they rely on local national legislations. And that means that the scope is quite narrow and very general, and which is not in alignment with our conceptual definition that came out of the group. So that's one thing that we have to really work together in terms of coordinating and harmonizing the national and the international gap. And we also noted that most countries rely on admin data for collecting online violence information, but the common concern is that you have the underreporting and the double reporting issues that still remain, and in terms of the accuracy of the results. And some countries conduct dedicated surveys, such as Australia and Philippines, but that you are then we are also then in that case we are also entering some common issues of what we call the denominator problems. While these surveys are very useful in estimating the prevalence rate, the question is who should we include as the respondents? For example, should the respondents include women age 18 and above, those age 18 to 50, or only women who have used the internet for more than 1 hour in the past month? And this is a very prevalent and interesting, very challenging questions that we need to further discuss and reach a consensus. And lastly, the European Union presented its work on developing a comprehensive statistical framework, which includes developing a set of indicators, a common definition, and a metadata for data collection. But this work was highlighted as a valuable resources, especially given the call at this year's Statistical Commission for UN Women and partners, including UNFPA and WHO, to propose a statistical framework for standardized, internationally compatible measures on TFL. Next slide, please.
Mr. Lee, you need to wrap up.
I'll just wrap up in 1 minute. Okay.
Please.
Last but not least, partnership is very important. Partnership and collaborations among technologies and communication companies, civil society, governments, and experts are very crucial. And the UN Women's Center of Excellence is planning to establish a working group in our region to exchange common practices and to generate new knowledges. And yes, next slide, please. I just want to leave you with a selection of resources, on TFL for those of you who are more interested to, here's a bunch of, this is just a sample list. I know I'm running out of time, but thank you very much for your time and, for the invitation. And we'd love to work with you and discuss further on this topic. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Catherine, of applause for both of them. I know it's a little bit late already in New York. Thanks, Catherine, for that. I know that Mr. Lee was also traveling. It's not easy, but thank you very much for your insights on the need of comprehensive, approaches and the normative framework are necessary to understand better the phenomenon. We are we understand that the problem is there, but we need more to understand better so that we can shape better responses to this. So without further ado, let's move to a grassroots perspective with Mrs. Myung-Soon Kang, head of the Counseling and Referral Support Team at the Advocacy Center for Online Sexual Abuse Victims in Women's Human Rights Institute of Korea. Mrs. Kang's work focuses on providing essential support to victims of TFGBV and raising public awareness of these crimes in South Korea. She has been instrumental in developing integrated support systems and leading capacity building efforts for service provider. Mrs. Kang, could you explain the personal and community impacts of TFGBV and highlight some of your survivor-centered initiatives? Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon. As was introduced, I am Myung-Soo Kang from the Advocacy Center for Online Sexual Abuse Victims. So I'm going to talk about the voice of the victims, the experience of the victims of TFGBV. So the government's efforts in order to eradicate digital sexual violence began back in 2018. And part of that was the establishment of this advocacy center, and it has been in operation for several years now. So you will see in this slide the different support that we have provided to the victims so far. And so despite all of these government efforts, in 2020, we had the nth room incident happen. And since that, we have seen more requests for support from the victims. The support the needed support continues to increase. And so since our center opened since 2018 and until 2019, there were a lot of intimate partner-based violence against women in 20s and 30s. There were very small cameras or other illegal equipments that were used in order to produce non-consensual images. From 2020, the characteristic is that we had the Nth Room incident, so the number of teenage victims increased as a result, and so there's been more deep fake and deep nude crimes being committed that we have seen more recently. And also, there are home CCTVs installed for security in the homes, but these equipments were being manipulated and used to commit crimes. And so looking at this situation, we see that the perpetrators continue to use the latest technologies to commit crimes. And they use these technologies to commit TFGBV, and the scope continues to grow. So we have been providing a lot of support to the victims, and we were able to see that there's a sense of crisis and urgency among the victims, and particularly after the victimization. There's been an increased level of distress. And so in order to find out what kinds of support our center should be providing, we conducted a survey among the victims. And for the victims, the most serious problem, the serious timing was that at the early time of the discovery of the victimization, that was when the victims were feeling most vulnerable. And for some of the victims, they felt the highest level of urgency 12 months after the crime was committed. And so based on the survey, we tried to look at the different ways that we can support the victims depending on the different stages of victimization. So for the early stages, we decided that we should focus on providing stability to the victims. And also for 12 months and after or later, another type of support will be provided. We conducted in-depth interview of the survivors, and we looked at what are the barriers to overcoming this crime. And so the first thing that the victims mentioned was that there was added adversity in the daily lives of the survivors as a result of this crime. So they mentioned, for example, financial difficulty after quitting their jobs, and also harassment at work adding to their suffering. And also the second issue that they raised was there's a lack of systematic legal protection for the survivors. So, and also lastly, in this situation, there is very poor social justice provided because there is this permissive social attitude towards viewing these non-consensual images online, which has led to an increase in the survival's level of distress. But despite the situation, we at the center continue to provide supportive messages to the victims as part of our support. And the most helpful message for the victims, they said, was that it's not your fault, and we will continue to support you and stand by you throughout the entire process until there is full recovery. And so I think the survivors mentioned that this was the most helpful message for them. So looking at the current situation, we realize that the victims continue to blame themselves a lot of the time, despite the fact that it's not their fault at all. And so providing these kinds of support was very helpful for recovery of the victims. So with regards to the role that the agencies, the government should be playing, first of all, there has to be effective deletion of non-consensual intimate images. And also, there has to be commensurate punishment of the offenders. And we should serve both as supporters and advocates for the victims throughout the entire recovery process. And so we have to understand that for each level, what are the challenges that the victims face, and ensure that related support is provided throughout the entire journey. And also lastly, in order to provide support, we have come up with different strategies for recovery. First of all, we wanted to provide confidence in them that they can achieve their goals. So strengthen their capacity for autonomy and self-determination through supportive environment. And also that we hope that these will be important elements that you remember as you do your work. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kang. That was very helpful, I think, and thanks also for keeping the time. So I think you made a lot of points, concrete points that will bring us to or connect us to other sessions around the response and how victim-centered responses are important. How should we support the victims, or not only at the beginning of discovering the harmful material, but also until 12 months later, which is, I think, very important. So let me now turn to our last panelist, Mrs. Irene Mwandwa, Director of Policy, who brings a unique perspective on the intersection of law, data, and technology. Mrs. Mwandwa has extensive experience in innovative collaborations to develop better policies and legal frameworks in areas such as elections and public policy. Could you please explain how technologies both contributes to and combats TFGPV, and what impact emerging trends like artificial intelligence have on shaping this issue? Over to you, Irene.
Hi, everyone. Hello. I have the tough job to finish this wonderful panel, and I wanted to say thank you to everyone who has spoken before me. I'm Irene. I come all the way from Kenya. I'm a bit sleep deprived, so we will all tackle the issue of emerging trends together, because it's not just Irene or policy who does this. We all do this in our own ways. First question, we are doing this together. Hey, even our interpreters and our translators. How many of you use generative AIs such as ChatGPT? Good, 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 good. The rest, you're lying to me, you're lying to me. But just simply by that example, the next question would be, do you use it in your local language? Sorry, I don't know the name for the local, is it Korean language? Yeah, so do you use it in your Korean language when you're using ChatGPT, or English? Who uses ChatGPT in their local languages? Lift your hand. Which language is it? Arabic. Another language? Georgian. Indonesian. Very, very good examples. The reason I'm asking this is to also show you what happens when you speak about content moderation against some of these things we are seeing online. That's technology facilitated gender-based violence. We expect someone to pull down some of these vices we see online, isn't it? And we have social media platforms such as Twitter, which was bought in October 2022. I forget the month and date. But immediately this company was moved or changed hands from one owner to another. The next owner decided, you know what, content moderation is not a priority for me. Safety is not, we can use AI, we can use artificial intelligence to drive what they termed as better content governance and content moderation. But in this room alone, we've seen the number of people who are using technologies in their local language. And this is a clear representation of the same online. If it's only one person who uses ChatGPT in Georgian or ChatGPT in Indonesian or in Swahili, what about the platforms themselves when it comes to content moderation of local languages? Some of the emerging trends we are seeing is that there is an under prioritization or deprioritization, that's the right English word, of content moderation of local languages. And therefore, if you call someone or abuse someone in your local language, some of this abuse remains online 15 years, and you wonder, this is still here. It's because our platforms to date have not been mandated by our security service, the UN, our governments, to come together to pull some of these vices online. Another trend we are seeing, the mass layoffs. We know one of the sectors that have seen or has seen mass layoffs in the world today is the tech sector, is that these companies are still making the most profits. True or false? In fact, when you compare to sectors like big pharma, the technology sector is leading in terms of profits, and we keep wondering, but why are we still talking about TFGBV? As I spoke to some folks in the room, I discovered that we are all very well organized in our different sectors. We have media, and media has some media authorities. The health sector has some authorities that help put standards, help govern, intra-country relations, intra-continent relations. But when it comes to tech, all the tech companies we know of do not have one body that brings them together to ask them, you're the private sector, this is harming women and girls, what are you doing about it? That's another big emerging trend we are seeing against the big profits that they're making. At the same time, whilst they're making a lot of profits, they're training their models, or particularly their large language models, which is really the artificial intelligence that they're relying on English only. And in Africa, the most engaging countries online, and of course, when it comes to TFGBV, they also lead, is my own country, Kenya, and Nigeria, and South Africa. So when we're engaging in our research and our work at policy, we found that tech platforms have not been able to localize their content moderation policies, but at the same time, when we are conducting research, when UNDP comes to Uganda, UNDP comes to Kenya, UNDP comes to Nigeria, and wants to understand how women, how other sectors are using technology, you'll find and you'll face a very huge challenge of data. Because one, when you go to these platforms, this is Meta or Twitter or TikTok, you will not be able to access their APIs. Well, they give special, sorry, I have to disclose this. They give special favors to the UN, and I'm not calling you out, but I'm saying that local researchers are really faced with a huge issue of accessing data that can help these platforms be locally, be governed very well locally. For instance, if you're researching against the US election, let me use the US election, and you want to understand how the women candidates, leading woman candidate Kamala Harris was being abused online. If you want to see the number of tweets, if you want to see the number of posts on both Meta and Twitter, you have to pay those platforms to get those or some of those tweets. I don't know if some data scientists are in the room and understand what I'm talking about. The commercialization of the API is one of the biggest challenges when you're trying to address TFGBV online, and it's very expensive for grassroots organizations and organizations like us who are leading research and want to educate young people to stop TFGBV. The last thing I will speak on is the trust and safety initiatives as an emerging area. All of us here use our platforms. I'm not sure if you've all gone to the left hand side or right hand side to read the terms and conditions, to read the community guidelines of some of your platforms. Show of hands if you've read the Meta community guidelines this year. Okay, good. 1, 2, 3. Not too bad, but these standards are updated regularly. We are the UN, we are lawyers, we are police officers. Hello, I know there's a police officer in the room. We are doctors, we are psychologists, and we are trying to support communities. Yet we ourselves have not read those community guidelines of some of these platforms. This poses a challenge because sometimes we don't give the most adequate support or remedial support that is needed to some of the victims and survivors of violence. So we really need to keep abreast with some of these trust and safety standards. And lastly, as an emerging issue, for the UN and other bodies to really think of how an intra-organization is going to help support with standardizing some of the support that goes to victims from these tech platforms. Thank you.
Irene, that was fantastic. Thank you very much. Looking at the time and also at our MCs, if we can have a few extra minutes to see if there is any burning question from the audience. If not, I will just would like to give the floor to panelists for 30 seconds each to give us what, given, the technology evolution, and Irene, you made it clear, how these evolution can impact our daily lives and how also hard to work overseas with tech companies that are not regulated. And this is also brings us to the regulatory framework that of the second session. The work with the tech companies. Fourth session, I think we will have a tech company with us also presenting. So all of these rapid evolving technologies. So what proactive measures can governments take to stay ahead of new forms of TFGBV? So what, I will give the floor to our, so this is a question for all of panelists, but let's start with our online panelists, Catherine and Mr. Lee. If you can just have each 30 seconds to react on this question, please. Over.
Thanks, I can kick us off. I think the biggest thing is to build flexibility into our policies, programs, and legislation. Because of how rapidly things are changing, we need to be able to assess what's still working, what's not working, and how can we make changes to ensure that we can respond adequately.
Thanks. Mr. Lee, any reflection on this?
Yeah, thank you very much. So in terms of, it's sort of like catching a moving train. Technology develops so quickly, and in terms of a measuring perspective, being a statistician, is extremely very difficult to catch something that is constantly moving. So building a statistical framework that is very robust enough, the definition being very inclusive, and that's why have very general and inclusive and robust, so that we are trying to catch a phenomenon that is constantly moving, but trying to have to work really hard with the partners and to develop a framework that is very robust enough to catch all these key aspects.
Thanks a lot. So adaptive measures and data, predictive data also, because it's moving, as you mentioned. Thanks a lot. Let's go to our in-person panelist here, Guru.
Thank you. I think our online speakers already touched upon a lot of what needs to be done, but it needs also to be built, services that works for survivors. It needs to, it is a moving train. It's moving fast. Governments has a hard time to catch up just for the sheer fact of bureaucracy. But it really needs to look at what types of violations women and girls or all people who are victims of TFGBV is experiencing. And I think that needs flexibility, which has also already been touched upon, but also robustness.
Thanks, Guru. Sarah.
Yeah, I think, sorry. I wanted to pick up on the piece around measurement and data. One of the things that I think is hopeful is that at least in this region, we're seeing modules on TFGBV measurement built into national health surveys and the national violence against women prevalence surveys. So when we begin to get this prevalence data, that really helps us know where this train is going. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Bangladesh has built that into the survey that they're planning for this year with a qualitative component. And so that allows the flexibility to gather data about not only what we're asking you is happening, but you tell us what is happening. So I think that's a hopeful direction for governments to take.
Great, thanks, Sarah. Mrs. Kang.
네, So in supporting the victims, what I often felt was that the Korean society, in our society, we see a huge penetration and spreading of these TFGBV. We are living in that kind of a society today. But the technology development is very fast, but the related laws and institutions and also safe use measures and providing education on that, they seem to be lagging behind. And so I think that's one consideration that we should think about. So how can we ensure that there will be safe use of these kinds of new technologies and devices? I think we have to think about that. And also we have to think about prevention as well. So with companies, we need to collaborate with them to come up with the preventive measures, and the government should continue to seek these types of efforts.
Education prevention. Thank you very much. Very, very interesting. Irene, last but not least, thanks for closing this.
Thank you so much, and thank you for everyone who indulged me. It's just for all of us to reflect on the tripartite relationship between tech and data and people. I think tech companies particularly have been able to establish a very good relationship that makes them earn billions between tech and data they collect from all of us. And we volunteer this data willingly, but the data governance models between data and the people are yet to walk, the talk, or as the gentleman spoke before me about the train moving. Some of the governance models in data and statistics are yet to catch on with some of the tech trends. So it's important that we reflect on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big applause for all our panelists online and in person. Sorry for taking 6 minutes from the lunchtime. Over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Sofian Basha, for leading the session, and special thanks to the panelists for sharing their opinion and for helping us understand on the technology-facilitated gender-based violence. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them another big round of applause. So with this, we'll conclude the session 1, and we're going to have a lunch break. So the buffet is prepared on the left side, outside of this conference room. So please feel free to bring your food back to this event hall. And we're going to continue this important discussion from 2 p.m. Please kindly be back 5 minutes earlier than our scheduled time so we can begin our session on time. Enjoy your meal, and I'll see you everyone at 2 p.m. Thank you very much. All right, let's begin the afternoon session. We hope you enjoy the lunch, and I believe we're all energized. And then let's continue our program. The second session will be moderated by Mr. Young-Chan Kim from UNDP, and I already invited our panelists and speakers up onto the stage. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a warm round of applause.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed lunch. As the MC mentioned, I hope you all are also energized. I am certainly energized after lunch. And also, I mean, as you know, the session right after lunch is always the hardest one because, you know, we have to fight not only TFGBB, but also against, you know, our tiredness and etc. But we have coffees back there. So if you are tired, please feel free to also grab some coffees. Welcome to our session on the importance of legal framework in addressing TFGBB. My name is Young-Chan Kim. I'm the team lead for governance and gender at UNDP Seoul Policy Center. This morning, we explore the context, root causes, and various forms and the impact of TFGBB, particularly also the impact of emerging technologies like AI on these issues. While digital technologies and related crimes are evolving rapidly, the legal frameworks that can effectively address them often lag behind. I mean, one of the Eun-gu Lee from UN Women this morning rightly described, you know, the moving train, where we're trying to catch up with the moving train. I think it is certainly so with the legal framework and normative framework, as our session one speakers also highlighted. So I think this session has a really significant importance in that regards. So in this session, we'll examine how different countries, regions, and the world as a whole are working on these legal frameworks to effectively respond to TFGBB. First, we will review existing normative and legal frameworks addressing TFGBB at the global, regional, and national levels, and discussing how they can be strengthened or adapted to meet unique challenges posed by TFGBB. We will also identify gaps in these legal frameworks and explore steps that can be taken to ensure more coordinated and effective responses at both national and regional and international levels. Now let me introduce our esteemed speakers for today's sessions. First, according to the program, we have Caroline Mina from UN Women who's supposed to join online. However, due to some last-minute emergencies, she wasn't able to join. But I think the good thing was during the first session, Catherine and Eun-gu from UN Women actually cover already a lot of current situation of international legal and normative framework. So I think the international level, global level has been already covered. So I think that's great. Second, we have Mohamed Kimbugwe from African Union Commission, who will provide a regional perspective on how different regions are addressing TFGBB and the effectiveness of regional frameworks. Third, we have a Ms. Yoon-jung Chun from the National Assembly Research Service of Korea, who will offer the in-depth look at the Korea's legal framework and policy recommendations for addressing TFGBB. Last but not least, we have Leona Kizes. Yes, I practiced over the lunchtime, but I hope it worked. From the Cabinet of Minister of Interior, Minister of Justice in North Macedonia, who will focus on legislative gaps and mitigation strategies for TFGBB in North Macedonia. We also have 3 discussants with us: Bora Lee, we have Theodora Beatty, and Ella joining from online. With that, let's begin with our first speaker. We have Mohamed Kimbugwe, who serves as the Digital Governance and Innovation Advisor at Women, Gender, Youth Directorate of the African Union Commission in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. He focuses on inclusive and ethical digital transformation. Mr. Kimbuge, having heard about challenges and opportunities at the global level in the morning, what unique challenges have you observed at the regional level? And how do you see the regional approaches contributing to the efforts at both global and national levels? Mr. Kimbuge, over to you.
Can you hear me? Yes, I can't hear myself because I'm deaf. So sometimes I can shout or speak low. So I'll need your help. If I shout, you signal me this way. If I speak low, you signal me this way. So let's try this together. What do you do when I shout? Perfect. What do you do when I speak low? Perfect. Thank you so much, Kim. It's a bit unfair that I'm speaking fast. Actually, my heart is pumping. No one prepared me for this. I thought the colleague from UN Women would be starting fast, but I'll try and speak fast. But also, like you observed, it's hard to speak after lunch because where I come from, they argue that when you eat, blood flows from the brain to the abdomen to try and digest food, so you end up being sleepy. So I hope all your blood is ready back to the brain. To dive into your question, I think the biggest challenge we face as a continent is that our policy, legal, and normative instruments are too generic to remedy tech-facilitated gender-based violence. They bundle tech-facilitated gender-based violence with all the other categories of cybercrime. And like I always argue, the law cannot offer what the law does not have. But just before that, I'll give credit where it is due. As a result of the, how do we move this thing? That way, perfect. So as a result of the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, also known as the Malabo Convention of 2014, 39 member states have cybercrime-related legislation, and 37 member states have data protection and privacy legislation. This is especially important because I do not know a greater catalyst for tech-facilitated gender-based violence than the abuse of personal data and the violation of privacy. So these laws go a long way in ensuring that individuals and platforms are held accountable, but also ensure that there is a basis for redress when need arises. However, when they are generic, when they do not explicitly cover tech-facilitated gender-based violence, then we miss the unique nature of tech-facilitated gender-based violence. Tech-facilitated gender-based violence is unique both in context and implications. We, for example, heard this morning that even the empowered woman is not safe when it comes to tech-facilitated gender-based violence. That's a bit strange because, for example, in Africa, violence against women and girls generally occurs at intersections with other vulnerabilities: poverty, women living in rural areas, post-conflict situations. But now even the woman in politics is not safe, the woman in business is not safe, the celebrity, the billionaire, the journalist, the blogger. So there is a unique element when it comes to tech-facilitated gender-based violence that we cannot afford to bundle it with every other category of violence against women. And in an attempt to remedy this generic nature, and of course, among other reasons, we are now at the tail end of the process of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. This is instrumental for us because it is explicit about tech-facilitated gender-based violence. It enjoins member states to prevent, address, and even prosecute tech-facilitated gender-based violence. So we are confident that it will offer us a basis for strengthening member state capacities, a basis for establishing functional ecosystems for knowledge sharing, for advocacy, for awareness raising, and for psychosocial support. The second challenge at our disposal is emerging technologies. 10 years after the Malabo Convention, we have things like artificial intelligence, which offer, of course, immense opportunities but also has many challenges, including those related to tech-facilitated gender-based violence, challenges of bias, challenges of AI in itself as a tool for violence. So the African Union came up with a continental AI strategy, and this is aimed to ensure that as a continent, we leverage the benefits that artificial intelligence offers, but also minimize the risks that come with it, including risks for women. So now that we've looked at those instruments, I want to go a little bit into examples of why we believe that tech-facilitated gender-based violence should be pursued as a unique kind of violence, not just like any other kind of violence. I mean, I've heard since morning colleagues trying to bundle it with violence against women in general, which is understandable, but misleading at several points and levels because we miss the point if we do that. I'll give you the example of Uganda, where I'm originally from Uganda, much as I sit in Addis Ababa, and we had an anti-pornography law. This law criminalized the publishing of pornographic content, including online. So in principle, this law is supposed to protect women, right? But in practice, it victimizes them. And this happened when revenge porn was rampant. Revenge porn is when you have non-consensual publishing of pornographic content, usually by intimate partners. And what happened in Uganda is that whenever we had this content on social media, the first person police summoned was the woman. In most cases, we never got to find out who the man was behind the release of such content. The person that society condemned was the woman. And to bring in another element, society holds women to very stringent scrutiny of what happens in their private lives. When content like that comes out, all we say, oh, that woman is a whore. And I'm saying this so that it can sink in. We don't talk about the man who shot the content. We don't talk about the man who released the content. So the implications are grave for women. We can't continue to look at this as just any other kind of cyber crime. We can't say, come on, this stuff happens to everyone. For women, it means a lot more. We hold them to stringent scrutiny. They are the ones we condemn. You get what I mean? It is their bodies we see, so you can imagine the psychological impact. I'll give the second example, whereby I'm glad Irene is here, and she spoke earlier when I was doing my master thesis about 2 years ago. And this is something I want to thank policy for. I discovered that women, more than men, end up withdrawing entirely from digital spaces in the face of violence and abuse. And they gave the example of politics when a man and woman are campaigning online or digitally, and they all receive slander and abuse and misleading information. The women usually withdraw from tech spaces altogether compared to men. Why am I sharing this again? We can't afford to continue to look at tech-facilitated gender-based violence just like any other category of cybercrime. But of course, from the African Union perspective, we have the silver lining of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls that I already shared about, which we think is going to set us on a path of legislating specifically for tech-facilitated gender-based violence. In the interest of time, good thing you all already know my name, so even if that thing falls. So in the interest of time, we think we need to have a number of ways forward. And we believe that laws should explicitly tackle tech-facilitated gender-based violence, because the law won't offer what the law doesn't have. We can, in the meantime, try to remedy tech-facilitated gender-based violence under traditional laws, but we need to legislate specifically for it. The law should seek to empower survivors of technology facilitated gender-based violence. Like I gave you the example of Uganda, as opposed to criminalizing them, the law should create an environment that actually empowers survivors. Women legislators should take the lead. I mean, we legislate for women all the time, especially in my continent. much as we have a growing number of women legislators, they should take the lead in legislating against facilitated gender-based violence because they have the lived experience. We can't continue to just legislate for them. Laws should foster digital safety and security safeguards, yes, because besides seeking redress, prevention also comes with the ability to secure your cell phone space. So women should be able to secure themselves in the digital sphere before we even think about redress after the violence has occurred. And finally, laws should create an environment for multi-stakeholder input because tech-facilitated gender-based violence is diverse and complex and ever-changing. So we need multi-stakeholder input from public sector to private sector to civil society to the development sector, because at the end of the day, especially from the perspective of Africa, we need to have functional ecosystems that enable us to strengthen member state capacities. No one is born knowing how to deal with tech-facilitated gender-based violence. We need to strengthen capacities. We need to share experiences. We need to raise awareness, and we need to ensure that we offer psychosocial support for the victims. You may now clap for me because I've finished.
Thank you, Mr. Kimbuge, for the valuable insights from the region. Next, we will hear from Ms. Yoon Jung-chun, who leads the legislative research on women's rights and employment at the Republic of Korea's National Assembly Research Service. She's an expert in gender, labor, sexuality, and digital sexual crimes. Ms. Chun, we've heard insights at the regional level and also the global level in the morning. Now let's focus on the country level. What key elements in Korea's legal framework that have been most impactful in addressing TFGBV? And what are some key lessons learned and recommendations? Over to you.
Yes, it's a great pleasure to meet you all. I am Chun Yoon-jung from the National Assembly Research Service. I'm a legislative research officer, and I would like to talk about the current status and measures for supporting victims of digital sex crimes, or TFGBV. So first, with regard to TFGBVs, if we think about when this really emerged on the agenda, once such materials are disseminated, to filter that out or to delete is very difficult, and it's basically online, out in there in cyber, and it really disseminates across borders. It goes across borders, time and space, basically. So, with regard to this, how can we delete and block this material is a major issue, and it was a major agenda item. So it's true that the existing framework in the past, or initially, was more so on just editing and producing such content. Most of the regulations was focused on that. If we look at the existing regulation, it was focused on the production and distribution of TFGBV. But as the situation got more serious, it wasn't just about production or distribution, but rather if you possess such materials or content, or if you watch that content, if you hold on to it, if you possess it, and if you share this behind the scenes online, that also would be a subject of apprehension. So it's now not just about the suppliers, but also the users of those content. And what you see here are the major TFGBV cases and the legislative changes. So in 1997, if you refer to the timeline here, there was a case called the Red Mahura case, the Red Muffler case, where we had teenagers actually producing such content and sharing this amongst one another. And this has led to the introduction of articles on obscene acts by using means of communication and taking photographs by using cameras. So basically, it was about utilizing devices and disseminating that content. So this legal institution was put in place. And then it was in 2000 where there was a similar case, a major issue, And the new law that was introduced was the Juvenile Protection Act. So it was about making sure that juveniles would be protected from such TFGBV. So you can see that it has actually introduced a stricter punishment. And in 2018, there was an implementation of mandatory regulations for online service providers. And if you look at the Korean society, one of the biggest changes was probably in 2019 and 2020. In 2019, there was the Me Too movement, and in 2019, there was a distribution of child and juvenile pornography on the dark web, and there were also cases of the Telegram's nth room incident of sexual exploitation, where it was produced, distributed, and also was traded. There were transactions. And basically, we've talked about the various offenses, and all of the distribution production with regard to sexual exploitation. It has moved on to stricter regulations. And moving on to the 2020s, we've been seeing more stricter punishments. And then moving on, if we also talk about these fake contents, for instance, deep fake illegal videos, well, I do want to mention that there were such incidents in the past, in the 2020s, and that's when we've been looking into introducing some relevant laws. And if you think about digital sexual violence or TFGBV, in Korea, there was a lot of controversies as to how we can define that. And you can see that before 2020, when it comes to TFGBVs, it wasn't indicated as a major crime. It was more so thought of as a mild crime, or maybe it was just a matter of teenagers. Maybe it had to do with the freedom of expression, for instance, or maybe just mocking one another. So it was thought as a mild crime. So we've also talked about revenge porn in the case of Uganda. So initially, a so-called revenge porn was consumed as pornography amongst intimate partners. And in Korea, feminists have indicated that revenge porn would not be the right word. This is an illegal sexual filmed content, and it's a digital sex crime, a cyber sex crime, a TFGBV. So we've been looking into this as a major crime, not a minor crime, but a major crime. So you can see that there were some terminologies that were introduced, for instance, illegal sexual recordings or cyber sexual violence, and we've been seeing this reflected in the laws. And as mentioned, we had the nth room incident in the 2020. This was a major issue. And with regard to the nth room incident, there were the major perpetrator, which received a 40-year prison sentence. So as you can see, with regard to such crime, we've been seeing some very grim sentences for the perpetrators. And recently in 2024, there was a case of utilizing Gen AI. And you can see that this is slightly different because in the past, it was about directly filming contents and disseminating this, creating, editing the content. But now this is completely different, where you would be using AI to create something completely fake. And this, of course, would be distributed or disseminated. So it's a different type and a new type of crime. And with regard to this, it was a major issue in Korea. And the deepfake contents, for instance, what happened was we've been seeing these crimes against celebrities or political figures, but now you can see that even teenagers or juveniles would be able to utilize such digital device to produce such contents, to disseminate this content, which leads to severe losses and damages of the victims. And we've been seeing this gain center stage. So what you see here are some of the laws with regard to deepfake, and this is the legal and institutional reform. It's in Korean, but I want to mention that we do have a legal framework on regulation, and what you see here, this has to do with IT service providers. It has to do with the obligations of IT service providers, communications and telco providers. So when it comes to any dissemination of sexual exploitation content, it indicates that they have the obligation to prevent that from its spread and to monitor any content. So it indicates such obligations. And in addition to that, you can see that when it comes to deepfake and such TFGBVs, it indicates their obligation to prevent and also support victims. So we've been introducing such laws. And just briefly on what you see here. So you can see this is on the support status of the removal of illegal videos. And what you see here on the very far left would be the year, and that next column would be the cases where the victim has requested the removal. So in 2020, we've been seeing 156,136 requests to have it removed or deleted. And you can see that in 2024, it increased to 165,095 cases. So the relevant organization would be removing the illegal videos, but there are specific contents that cannot be deleted. If you see here on the very far right, it indicates that this is the undeleted rate. In 2020, it was 37.3%, and in 2024 June, it was 25.6%. So the contents that weren't able to be deleted or removed. So the victims would go through an organization to have the content deleted. However, you can see that close to 25 to 30% of that cannot be deleted. And there are many reasons why it cannot be deleted. One would be that it comes from an overseas site. So it's beyond the jurisdiction of national jurisdiction. So there's no way to delete that. So that's why I want to mention the importance of international coordination and collaboration. But this cannot take place overnight. So sometimes it cannot be deleted right away. And another issue is if there is an operator that's not registered as a telecommunications provider. For instance, it could be just a personal website where you would post the content, post it up, bring it down at their discretion. So if it's a entity that's not registered, then you can see that this would just spread and it would disseminate. So there are cases where it cannot be deleted immediately. And what you see here is in the past, if we look at the distribution of the illegal contents in 2020, if you look at the first and second columns, we do have adult sites, and you can also see P2P. So we have the peer-to-peer sites, and then there's also the case of distribution via webpart. So illegal contents through peer-to-peer and webpart, we've been seeing expand across the board, and the government decided to crack down on this with an introduction of regulations on these sites because we've been seeing so much traffic there, punishing the perpetrators and to support the deletion and removal of the contents. So especially on the peer-to-peer platform and the webpart platform, you can see that the traffic is decreasing. However, you can see that there are other sites, adult sites or social media, search engines. These platforms have been serving as a channel of increased traffic of such illegal content. So I think that we also need to think about how we can intervene strongly in making sure to reduce the dissemination of content through these platforms. With regard to victim support systems in Korea, going down the path of deleting these videos, these contents. This is something that we really do need to do, but then of course it requires a lot of time, money, investments, and human resources. So there are some limitations with regard to that, and I think that we need to engage in some further work there, so there's some room for improvement. And then to have a dedicated organization for TFGBV, I think would be critical, because if you just think about deleting the content, there needs to send down that order, and who would delete it? Well, it would be the actual operator, the telco, for instance, or the internet service provider that would be doing the actual action, taking that action to delete the content. And then there would be a different authority, the Ministry of Science and ICT. There's an expert committee that would be really sending down that order. Yes, you just have 1 minute. Yes, so for the victims, it takes a lot of time to really see the remedy, and then in the meantime, you can see that this video would just go across borders at the speed of light. So we do want to mention that we do need a dedicated TFGBV agency. And with regard to child and adolescent sexual exploitation, we really need to be swift in the deletion and the removal of such contents. And also with regard to international cooperation, this is something that's of utmost importance, and I think that these settings, these venues would be critical in order to solve the various TFGBVs. So we need relevant agreements, I think. We need to join hands in order to find a solution. And also with regard to statistics on TFGBV, I think that we do need a separate indicator or a parameter so that we can track and monitor. And I also do believe that we need to activize and realize the right of reimbursement, the right to indemnity. And with that, let me close my presentation.
Now, our next speaker is Ms. Leona Kijes, currently serving as a special advisor at the cabinet of the Minister of Justice in North Macedonia. Leona holds an LLM in international law and relations and EU law, and she's interested in harmonization of international and European legal frameworks. As North Macedonia navigates the challenges of addressing TFGBV, what do you see as the most significant gaps in the legal framework, and how can these gaps be effectively bridged? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As we would say it in Macedonian, dobar den. My name is Leona Kijes, and I'm a special advisor to the Minister of Justice of North Macedonia. It's an honor to address you today on a crucial topic, the evolving legal framework surrounding technology-facilitated gender-based violence in our country. I will particularly focus on the de lege lata vis-à-vis de lege ferenda perspectives concerning these issues. For all non-lawyers, this means how the law is and how the law should be. In North Macedonia, online violence frequently reflects traditional patterns of gender-based violence rooted in patriarchal norms and societal imbalances. The types of harmful behaviors we witness include hate speech, cyberstalking, online sexual harassment, and cyberbullying. These forms of violence are not limited to the digital realm. They carry the same traumatic effects as physical violence and require a strong legal response. The ratification of the Istanbul Convention in 2018 was a significant milestone in our commitment to combating gender-based violence. This convention laid the groundwork for the development of comprehensive national legislation. It led to the enactment of the Law on Prevention and Protection from Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence. This law is particularly crucial for the protection of victims as it imposes a due diligence obligation on state authorities. Simply put, if state bodies fail to take appropriate measures to prevent violence, they can be held accountable. In response to the growing public concern, particularly after high-profile cases of technology-facilitated gender-based violence, our criminal code underwent important amendments in 2023. These changes included a broader and more inclusive definition of rape, the recognition of gender-based violence in cases of homicide, as well known as femicides, and criminalization of stalking and sexual harassment. These reforms represent important steps forward, but they are not enough. The digital realm presents unique challenges that our current legal framework is still grappling with. While we have made progress, the gaps remain in effectively prosecuting and addressing gender-based violence facilitated by technology. The criminal code covers physical, psychological, and economic gender-based violence, but it lacks explicit provisions for technology-facilitated offenses. While certain articles on threats and stalking provide some degree of protection, they do not fully address issues like unauthorized data usage, non-consensual sharing of intimate images, or digital surveillance. Moreover, the Law on Prevention and Protection from Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence recognizes various forms of gender-based violence, yet It does not include a comprehensive definition of technology-facilitated gender-based violence. This omission leaves victims of digital abuse without adequate legal recourse or support. The law's current focus on physical and psychological violence overlooks the increasing prevalence of digital harassment and abuse, creating a significant gap in our protective measures. To close this gap, we must take decisive action. Our legal framework must evolve to include clear definitions and specific provisions for technology-facilitated gender-based violence. This means explicitly criminalizing acts like unauthorized recordings, cyberstalking, online harassment, and the misuse of personal data. Additionally, we must ensure that victims of TF-GBV have access to specialized support services, including legal aid, psychological counseling, and digital safety education. The need for these changes is urgent. As technology continues to advance, so do the methods used by perpetrators of gender-based violence. Our response must be proactive, comprehensive, and rooted in the recognition that online violence can be just as harmful as offline violence. We have a responsibility to create a legal environment that not only punishes perpetrators, but also provides compassionate and effective support for every victim. In conclusion, addressing technology-facilitated gender-based violence requires both legal reforms and a broader societal commitment to ending all forms of violence against women and girls. Let us work together to ensure that our laws reflect the realities of today's digital world and that every victim receives the justice and support they deserve. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to continuing this important dialogue with you and to our shared efforts in creating a safer and more equitable society.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kitches, for your presentation. Now, let's open the floor for the discussant interventions, questions, or comments from our participants here and online. First, I would like to invite our discussants first, and then we will go to the floors. I'm sure we have many questions also from the floors as well. First, Ms. Bora Lee, PhD candidate at the Graduate School of Police Studies at the Korean National Police University, to share her insights and pose any questions to the panelists.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bola Lee. Yeah, I'm very pleased to be here today as a panelist. I'm spent about 11 years in the National Assembly as a chief of staff, and made lots of digital sexual violence act. I'm currently doctoral candidate at the Korean National Police University. I'm written my presentation in English for audience, but I will be speaking in Korean now. 네, 저는 오늘 드리고 싶은 말씀.
So what I'd like to talk about today is, first of all, in the morning, I looked at the presentations from UNDP, and I thought it was a very timely topic that we have decided on. And the international community have agreed on certain standards and definitions on this TFGBV. And so I think we were able to confirm that. And in the morning, we were able to confirm that TFGBV is nothing new, but rather it is in the continuum of the different GBVs that have been going on for a long time already. It just is happening online. And so particularly in Korean society, it is very timely, and there's a lot of related discussions going on. So in that respect, I would like to call the TFGBVs very traditional crimes, long crimes that have existed for a long time. And in this definition, there is the diagnosis and the solutions that we can derive. So first, let me go through the diagnosis part. As you heard from Dr. Chun Yun-jung earlier, so we had the deep fake crime that happened this year. But then in 2012, back in 2012, we had the nth room crimes that had happened. So it's just in the continuum of the nth room crimes that have happened and continue to evolve this year as well. And so previously, these kinds of crimes were considered as simply male play culture in Korea. And so within these communities, there was always this possibility that TFGBV was already happening. But then we had the Nth Room Prevention Act enacted. And so this enactment of the act led to the clear definition of what TFGBV is. So when I was working in the National Assembly, we had come up with this act on nth room prevention. But the problem was that, in fact, we're seeing very similar patterns in the deep fake crimes that are happening also. So there is that crime that is committed and police begins the investigation, and there is a pan-government response or response measure that is developed, and then different ministries develop their own policies. So for the nth room, we have already gone through this process of response during the past nth room incidences as well. But since we are on the topic of the legal framework in this session, well, rather than talking about the need for revision of the existing acts, I just want to point out why is it that we have so many different laws and regulations in place, but why they continue to be less effective in our response to these kinds of crimes. So the Nth Room Prevention Act, what are the effects that it had on our society? We have to look at that. And the deep fake crimes, why is it that they were not prevented through the Nth Room Prevention Act? And along with that, is it a limitation in terms of the law enforcement agencies' capabilities? I think these are some of the considerations, some investigation work that we have to do. And so in that process of enactment of the Nth Room Prevention Act, I mean, I was involved in the process, but I would dare say that this act has proven to be not very effective. And so I tried to analyze the legal papers that were produced from the court cases that had occurred with regards to the nth room crime. And we saw that most of the perpetrators were just were let go, were not held accountable. And so in that respect, I said that these TFGBVs are crimes that have existed for a long time. So I believe that we need to continue to take very strong measures against gender-based violences, whether they're happening online or offline. So I say that we have to continue with our efforts because we need to maintain the level of support we provide to the victims and others. But the reality in Korea is that there's been a shrinking of the budget going to the support for the victims, a budget going to the countermeasures taken against such GBVs. And so I am emphasizing that we need to maintain the current level or even strengthen our current responses towards the TFGBVs to ensure that we will effectively respond to these crimes. So, and earlier, Chun Yun-jung did mention this briefly and gave us some proposal on how to come up with better countermeasures. If you look at the legal or investigative system in Korea, we have to look into the legality of whether it is possible to establish a dedicated unit that will be in charge of investigating the TFGBVs in the first place or not. So I think we have to begin from looking at the existing law. So that will be my question for Ms. Chun Yun-jung. And also what I'd like to ask Ms. Leona Kichik is, yes, first of all, thank you very much for an excellent presentation. So these are dubbed as new types of crimes, these TFGBVs. And so this will require international collaboration as well. There has to be a system for international collaboration, and there has to be change in the domestic constitutions and domestic legal frameworks also. So my question is, have there been some actual progress as a result of North Macedonia's efforts?
Ms. Porali, Now we have actually two more discussants. First, now I would like to invite Mr. Theodore Biti, Program Associate at the UNDP Côte d'Ivoire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I just would like to share the experience of Côte d'Ivoire on the legal framework. As you already know, the legal framework is very important to prevent TF gender-based violence. The Ivorian government has strengthened the legislative and institutional framework to enhance prevention, protection, and support for victims of sexual and gender-based violence. This also includes equipping the police with, the National Police with a dedicated cybercrime prevention platform. 3 main actions was taken. The first one was the amendment of laws. We also had new laws, and we also had reinforcement of laws with increased penalties. So we had laws on sexual harassment with imprisonment. We have laws with legislation and victim protection. This legislation protection provide protective measures for victims of domestic violence, rape, and other non-domestic sexual violence. As this is important for the government, this is also a concern for civil society organizations. So they also play a role to combat TFGBV. In Côte d'Ivoire, we have our CSOs, which advocate with policymakers to strengthen the legislative framework and the strict enforcement of existing laws. They also conduct awareness campaigns, training sessions, radio programs, and other initiatives to inform the population about the importance to respect human rights. It also works to popularize legal texts, including those which penalize such acts, to ensure accountability for perpetrators and enable victims to claim their rights. The main point is actually to encourage victims to report offenses. Unfortunately, we have gaps, we have challenges, despite the government effort and non-governmental organization. We have many cases of violence which go unreported, hindering the possibility of legal action and support for victims. We also have mediation and amicable settlements, which are often facilitated by families of both the survivors and perpetrators. Sometimes you have community leaders, religious guides, and sometimes even those involved with the victim support. Mediations tend to prioritize the interests of perpetrators, particularly for their freedom, over the integrity of the victims. We have a lack of strict law enforcement. Laws are not always enforced as they should be. It's common to see perpetrators to be released from the police or the courts following intervention from influential individuals or their relatives. So here you see there's corruption as well. We have a lack of awareness of rights. We have a lack of psychological support for survivors. So yeah, GBV facilitated by technology is a growing scourge, with women and girls being the primary victims. Unfortunately, Côte d'Ivoire is no exception to that. While the country is making effort to prevent the progression of this phenomenon through the adoption of laws aimed to protect the population, we have social, religious, economic, and cultural barriers, along with technological delays to continue to hinder progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. BT. Now we have one last discussant joining online, Ella Sherry from the E-Commissioner of Australia. E-Safety Commissioner, sorry. Yeah. Over to you, Ella.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much for the opportunity to be a discussant during this important panel and event. So yeah, my name is Ella Seri. I head up international engagement at Australia's E-Safety Commissioner. And like many of you, we are seeing the terrible impact of tech-facilitated gender-based violence up close. Both lo-fi and sophisticated technology is now a weapon of choice by perpetrators of family, domestic and sexual violence. And meanwhile, the increasing uptake and sophistication of generative AI, including open source Notify apps, has provided abusers with yet another weapon to intimidate and demean women and girls. We also know that the abuse women experience online is gendered. So misogynistic abuse uniquely targets women, employing threats of rape and harm to children, and the abuse often sexualizes women, focusing on their appearance, fertility, and perceived values. Its relentless nature aims to undermine women's confidence, capabilities, and ultimately silencing them or driving them to withdraw from online engagement. This limits their access to career, educational, and economic opportunities. So what is eSafety doing about this type of online abuse? Well, as Australia's online safety regulator and educator, governed by the Online Safety Act 2021, our response involves operating an adult cyber abuse scheme and image-based abuse scheme, which allows victim survivors to report to us. And if the content meets the regulatory threshold, we can act on their behalf to request online platforms remove this material. This includes synthetically generated materials, which has been very important with recent tech developments. We have enforceable civil powers if online platforms fail to respond to our notices. We also have mandatory industry codes and standards, which puts enforceable requirements on tech platforms to prevent the dissemination of illegal and harmful content. But of course, we want these harms to be prevented in the first place. So we've got extensive online resources and training programs around how online abuse manifests and how Australians can better protect themselves. Our education programs aim to enhance online safety and resilience through tailored web-based tools, training and resources to help equip women to navigate the online world securely. We also run social media self-defense training and have recently provided training to politicians, both locally and internationally, female athletes, political staffers, scientists and technologists, and members of the LGBTQIA+ community. But we know that tech-facilitated GBV is not just about perpetrators and targets. The tech sector has a really important role to play in addressing how their platforms and services are used to cause harm. So the concept of safety by design is another way that eSafety is working with tech companies to reduce the threat surface. It's an initiative that encourages tech platforms to prioritize safety from the outset of their design, development, and deployment. And in September this year, we launched a guide on technology, gender, and safety by design, which surfaces up best practice guidance and case studies for the tech sector. We know that addressing TFGBV is complex and requires a global effort involving regulators, governments, academia, civil society, and of course, tech companies. We're really proud to represent Australia as part of the Global Partnership for Action on Gender-Based Online Harassment and Abuse, and as part of the Global Online Safety Regulators Network, with Korea represented in both of these forums. We're really pleased to share our model, resources, and approaches with other countries as they look at ways to prevent this abuse, whether it's through legislation, regulation, education, or a combination of all three. So to wrap up, let me leave a question to other panelists. So how can countries learn from models like Australia's and Korea's, at the same time as ensuring that cultural relevance and local realities are reflected in solutions? Thank you again for having me here, and I wish you all a very pleasant day.
Thank you very much, Ella. Great. So we had such a great range of speakers today, and we've learned so much and we've shared a lot. So now we have 3 questions, right? So we had 2 questions from Bora Lee, one to Ms. John and one to Ms. Kisses. And then we have also 1 question from Ella to all the panel members. Maybe in the interest of time, I would also open maybe to the floor if there's any questions so that I can collect all together and then give the round of speaking chance to all the panel speakers. Yes, Sophia.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Mrs. Bora Lee. She mentioned that the regulatory framework is not enough. There is the enforcement. So here you are taking the example of Korea. Is it related to problems internally or because of the overseas service that are located out of Korea.
Thank you. Yes, one more.
Yeah, thank you very much. Alexander Mutu from the French Embassy in Seoul. I had a question for Ms. John regarding the legislative framework, and in particular in the context of the evolution and the shift in the profiles of the people who are perpetrating these sort of crimes. And we've seen a drastic reduction in the age of the people who are committing these crimes. And how has the legislative framework in Korea been adapted to take into account the fact that many of these people who are perpetrating these crimes actually are underage? And how have legislators, how have enforcement taken this on board to accommodate for the reduction of the age, and how that's included in policy?
Thank you very much. If there's no more questions, then we have 5 minutes. So let's say everyone takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 30 seconds to answer. But I mean, Ms. John, and you had many questions. Maybe you can have 1 more minute. Maybe you can go with Ms. John.
일단 이보라 선생님께서 아까
Yes, so Ms. Borelli has asked whether the TFGBV Prevention Act, whether it can be possible, is it feasible? So would it be within the Digital Services Act, or should we need an AI Framework Act, or do we need a Digital Safety Act? So there's a lot of say on that. But yes, when it comes to TFGBV, I think that we need some in-depth discussions. And I think that centered around the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family, I think that maybe they could work as the control tower, basically the coordination body. And I think that they need to be more active, need to be more proactive. They did play the active role up till now. And I think that going forward as well, when it comes to TFGBV and victim support, I think that that minister should be the control tower and would have to take the initiative. And also the question from the French Embassy. So we're seeing perpetrators younger and younger. So with regard to that, yes, this is a major concern on ours. So we're really grappling with the situation. If you think about deepfake, what was surprising was that those in their teens, 70% of the perpetrators were their teens, and 80% of the victims were in their teens. This is very serious. And should we have to think about them to apprehend them, or should we have to provide education? So there's a lot of controversy over what would be the right approach. And some do say that in terms of the standard of punishment, of course, there are specific guidelines and principles. So whether it be indictment or prosecution, there are specific channels that we have to go through. But with regard to the overall schools, education regarding digital literacy, and also on TFGBV, and also on, let's say, sensitivity with regard to these violences, I know that there are a lot of programs in place right now to respond.
Who wants to go next? Ms. Kisses? Yeah.
I will try to answer it and be brief in interest of time. As I mentioned in my speech, the amendments in the criminal code are underway. Working groups are being formed at the moment as we speak. Yeah, and I truly hope that this technology-facilitated crimes would be criminalized, such as unauthorized recordings, data usage, and etc. Also, I have to mention, I think that it's relevant that North Macedonia will soon sign the AI Convention adopted by the Council of Europe. And that way, Macedonia would be obliged to amend some of the national legal framework. And something that is not justice related, but I think it's something that is important here, it's that a new ministry of digital society was incorporated in the government, and I think that the ministry will have some competences with regards to combating gender-based violence that is technology facilitated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe Borali.
Thank you very much for the question in the first place. So the Nth Room Prevention Act and its lack of efficacy, there are a lot of different reasons behind it. But as you mentioned, in fact, because of the Telegram crime, the Nth Room Prevention Act, was enacted. However, the paradox was that this act could not be used in order to investigate and fight against the Telegram crime. And so that is why there's call for Korea becoming a member of the Budapest Convention and many other measures that are required. But we've been discussing for a long time, but there has been not much progress. And so we look forward to these kinds of events contributing to the betterment of our efforts in the future.
Last, Mr. Kimbuge, would you be able to respond like Ella's question on like how the examples of Australia or Korea can be shared with respecting the local culture and cultural relevance in different countries?
Yeah, I mean, let's pursue ecosystems and spaces that are premised on mutual respect and the desire to learn from each other. Let's also see more diverse representation in such spaces.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else? Question in the chat. We only have 10 seconds. Okay. Is it okay if we can just take one more question? Yeah, thank you. What's the question, please? In the chat.
Actually, it's a question from me to Ella.
That's a very smart way to ask a question.
So I read in the news that Australia passed a law to limit the age of children accessing social media to 16 years. So my question to Ella, how the E-Safety Commissioner would enforce this law? What are the challenges? Thanks.
Over to you, Ella.
Thanks so much for that question. Very topical. The law itself has not been passed yet. It's something that has been proposed, and we expect that a law will be presented to the Australian Parliament in the coming weeks. The idea behind the law is not to, I guess, criminalise children or make the jobs of parents harder. It's all around putting the, I guess, requirements back onto the social media platforms to understand the age of the people that are using their services and to really create age-appropriate experiences for those children. So the details of the legislation are still remain to be seen. E-Safety's role in it will be around regulating the technology platforms and the decisions that they make. Similarly, the Australian government has also announced that it will be bringing forward a digital duty of care as well as part of legislative reforms in this space. So yeah, never a dull moment in Australia when it comes to tech policy, but thanks so much for the question.
Thank you so much, Ella. Okay, so I mean, as I started with the train story, so I would like to end with the train. So, I mean, we talked about it was moving train, the TFGBB we're trying to catch, but maybe moving train is more digital technology, and it's about who's in the driver's seat, right? So we need to regulate, and we need to have a framework who can be on that driver's seat, right? We cannot leave that driver's seat empty, or we cannot leave that driver's seat to the perpetrators. So I think it was today's conversation was really important from that perspective. And also this is a very smooth connection to the next session, because we talked about a lot about law itself alone cannot prevent or solve everything. The law needs to be enforced and implemented. So with this, I would like to give back to the MC, and then please give a big round of applause to all the panelists and speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the enlightening discussion. You may return to your seat as we're going to reset the stage for the third session. Why don't you give them another round of applause, everyone, to the speakers and panelists. Thank you very much. We have discussed about the importance of legal framework to effectively address the TFGBV, and our distinguished panelists and discussants have shared their in-depth opinions on the Korea's and African Union's and Europe's legal frameworks, and we thank you very much for enlightening discussions. And before we dive into the third session, we're going to reset the stage. So please bear with us as we are getting ready for the next session. Please remain seated and wait for a while. Thank you very much for your understanding and patience. While we're waiting, would like to take this moment to thank everyone from the organizer and the speakers and participants who made this event possible. Your hard work and dedication have brought us all together for this meaningful gathering. Thank you very much for that. And as you know, the Global Policy Dialogue focuses on the key issues, including addressing the technology-facilitated gender-based violence and enhancing the global collaboration and global cooperation. And on the third session, we're going to continue to have a meaningful discussion. So please remain seated as we're getting ready for the third session, and please wait for a while. Thank you very much. 자, 세 번째 세션 시작하기 전에 앞서서 무대 정비하는 시간 갖겠습니다. 자리에 앉아서 잠시만 기다려 주시기 바랍니다. 고맙습니다. We'll soon begin the third session. We're getting almost ready for the third session. Please remain seated and wait for a while. Thank you very much for understanding and patience. Thank you. And would like to invite the moderator, speakers and discussants and panelists to the stage. Please join us on the stage for participating for the third session. We're going to begin the session 3. Ladies and gentlemen, please be kindly seated as we're going to begin our third session. Once again, this is a friendly reminder for everyone as we're going to begin our session 3. Please be kindly seated. Thank you. I believe we're good to go. Let's begin our third session. This session will be moderated by Mr. Myung-gi Kim, and we have already invited our discussant and speakers and panelists. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming them with a warm and round of applause.
Okay, thank you very much for a kind introduction. And also thank you very much for the panelists and also moderator in the last section. In the last section, actually we explored the importance of legal framework. Actually, it's true. When the issue of TFGMV arise, everybody talk about the need for enactment of law and amendment of law. But at the same time, we also need to think about enforcing the law. Actually, this issue was pointed out PhD candidate Borari, our last discussant. So we think about the need to discuss more about how to enforce law and the reason that specific law sometimes it's not enforced. Actually, we explained the issue arise. Everybody works hard, new law was made, but the outcome was very disappointing when you think about the Korean's experience, particularly about Anne's room case. So now we need to more move on the need for not just a text in the legal framework, but move beyond the law that functions in the reality. So I think it's a very good process, last session and this session, to talk about exclusively about the role of law enforcement agencies. In this session, we will is focusing on the role of law enforcement agencies in addressing TFGVV. My name is Myeon-ki Kim, an associate professor at Korean National Police University. And I'm also with 10 years of field experience in policing. So I'm very delighted to lead this session and for the role of law enforcement agency in tackling TFGVV. Let me quickly introduce our speakers for today's session. Sven Pfeiffer in online, I think, from UNODC. He will discuss the finding of studies and the critical responsibilities for the police agencies in preventing and addressing TFGVV. And Wana Negu from UNDP, she will highlight the key principles for a systemic approach to TFGVV, particularly for law enforcement agencies. And Veteran Selimovic and Draganovic from Bosnia and Herzegovina Police. They will provide valuable insights into their work on TFGVV and share lessons from interagency collaborations. And finally, Brigadier General Susilo Deku Raharjo from Police Training Center in Indonesia. He will discuss how police capabilities are being enhanced to address TFGVV. And we have two more additional designated discussants, Yoon Sang-im from Korea Police Agency and Jun-taek Jo for the Criminal Justice Research Institution. Okay, now let's start with Sven Pfeiffer. He is a crime prevention and criminal justice officer at UNODC, specializing in human rights and gender-based discrimination. Sven provides legal and technical advice on the implementation of a UN standard regarding violence against women and the treatment of women within the criminal justice system. Sven, could you please explain what the technical tool recently created with UN Women was, and what are some recommendations in this guidance to help police agencies to improve their laws in preventing and tackling TFGVV? Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim, and good afternoon to everyone. I'm very pleased to be here speaking also on behalf of my colleague from UN Women. Allow me to just pull up my PowerPoint to support this presentation. I hope you can see my slides. I'm going to be talking about mainly one of our tools that we recently prepared with UN Women, which we're still working on, but to give you a kind of a preview, because it's very pertinent to the discussions that you're having and will have at this conference. At the outset, I would like to firmly stress that we're not starting from scratch, and that's one of my main messages, that we shouldn't consider TFGVV as something completely different from gender-based violence more broadly. And this is also why we are building our tool on existing standards and quality guidelines that have been included in international UN tools like the Essential Services Framework, which really sets out, based on internationally agreed standards, what the police should do at every stage, including prevention, investigation, and as the criminal justice continuum continues, as well as throughout cross-cutting issues like safety, risk assessment, and survivor support. So everything should be actually integrated into a broader GBV understanding and framework, and also response by the police, to avoid creating yet another silo that we see so often, preventing police from really responding in a coherent way and meeting the rights and the needs of victims and survivors. Before I go into our joint tool with UN Women, I would like to mention that we already have an interesting tool or handbook out there that has been developed by our UNODC colleagues for the region of Southern Africa. I would like to mention it here because even though it has a regional focus, it's really relevant globally, and there's not too much South Africa specific content in it. So it's interesting to consider also for police, for example, in Korea. The target audience is not just police, it's a bit broader, and that's why it focuses on some of the common and main basic training needs that we see in different criminal justice systems around the world, including in that particular region. And it covers issues starting with the understanding of what, in this case, it's called cyber violence, but really TFGBV, what it is, what impacts it has for survivors, and how it manifests in different forms. And then two main issues are covered where we think more training is needed. First issue is interviewing survivors in a survivor-centered way. And the second one, obviously, is digital investigation, digital evidence, and forensics, which is a common need that will also come up, I'm sure, in your discussions today. Now, moving on to our joint UNODC UN Women guide, I would like to give an overview briefly of the main issues that we cover. First of all, some essentials and key principles. My presentation is not going to go in depth in that because my colleague from UNDP, Oana, is going to talk about that with some examples. I'm going to rather focus on competencies for effective police responses to TFGBV, on investigation of TFGBV, on the police role in prevention of this manifestation of violence, and then leave you with some concrete recommendations and future considerations. So one of the systemic also reforms that need to take place is that police need to have core competency to respond to gender-based violence broadly, but also to TFGBV. And as you can see in the framework that has been put forward in our tool, this includes knowledge of violence against women and girls in terms of the consequences of that violence, the disproportionate nature, and the people and groups who are disproportionately affected, particularly vulnerable, but also about national procedure and law and international standards. But in addition to knowledge, we also need a change in skills and in attitude. So skills include, for example, trauma-informed approaches, victim-survivor identification, interpersonal communication, and others. And perhaps the most important competency set of competencies is related to the attitude. The do no harm principles, proactive and resourceful engagement with service providers, for example, not being judgmental and aware of one's own biases, both individually and institutionally. And another example is being accountable and transparent. And as you can see, these are not specific to TFGBV. These are general competences that police need to have in order to sensitively and effectively respond to gender-based violence, including those manifestations that are amplified or perpetrated through the use of technologies. Moving on to another important chapter in our tool is investigation of TFGBV. And here, one of the most important messages and steps to take is really taking ownership, not in the sense that the police should control the response at the expense of all other sectors and actors that need to be involved, but we see a gap of ownership in terms of violence is not even taken seriously. Survivors are not taken seriously. Just because it's tech facilitated or online doesn't mean it's not violence. And that's the main point that needs to be taken on board in order to investigate this effectively. Our tool also touches upon trauma-informed and survivor-centered approaches, the importance of having a perpetrator-focused investigation, because often in these kind of cases, the focus tends to shift on what the victim did and why the victim did this or didn't do something. But really what's at stake is the behavior of the perpetrator that needs to be the focus of the investigation. Enhancing initial contact and reporting is another important aspect. I already mentioned proactive engagement with service providers, having some kind of referral pathway or even a multi-stakeholder center as it is in place for other forms. And finally, importantly, enhancing skills in terms of use of digital forensics and electronic evidence collection, which requires specialized training, engagement with tech companies, different forms, requests, perhaps partnerships, and importantly, international cooperation in criminal matters, which is something that our office is specialized in, including not just mutual legal assistance, but also informal police-to-police exchanges and cooperation. Briefly, allow me to touch on the role of police in preventing TFGBV. Two aspects are important here and highlighted in our tool. First is understanding this manifestation of violence, different manifestations and their impacts. For example, in terms of prevalence, the reach, the disproportionate and gendered nature, the individual impact in terms of trauma, not just the individual incident, but also the fact that it often remains online for a long time or forever, which has additional and continuous effects in terms of trauma, health, and well-being. The broader social and economic consequences need to be understood. It curbs freedom of expression, political participation. It has costs in terms of employment and broader societal impacts. And also it needs to be understood that certain groups of women or individuals are at greater risk, LGBTIQ+, as we see in some surveys, but also women in activists, rights defenders, women in politics. And the second element in prevention is really engaging with diverse groups. The police can both engage groups externally through collaboration and outreach, community safety partnerships, seeking feedback from communities. There's an example from Honduras where a helpline was established together with other NGOs, but also internally in terms of inclusive policies and fostering diversity and specialization inside of the police. So finally, I promised to leave you with some recommendations. We think more needs to be talked about inside police about research and data collection, the safe use of technology, not to consider technology as a panacea to get rid of this, because there's a great risk of doing harm. So there needs to be a discussion about that. But in terms of recommendation, taking ownership, I already mentioned, that's perhaps the first one. We need to enhance both cybercrime-specific and GBV-specific knowledge among frontline and specialized personnel. But we need to also ensure coordination and links between specialized units. Often we see there's a unit on cybercrime that is not gender sensitive, and might be a unit on GBV or related offenses that doesn't have the necessary digital and tech skills. Other recommendations include keeping up to date with legal frameworks and emerging practices, strengthening training and collaboration, including with other justice officials, increasing police presence online, because we see that has some important impacts in terms of prevention when it's happening offline. So that could be considered. Creating a single and accessible online reporting route for all forms, including TFGBV. Importantly, avoiding to place the burden on victims and survivors. Often they're asked to even collect their own evidence, which is clearly a function of the police. And as I mentioned, to ensure perpetrator-focused investigations, avoid victim blaming, and adopting a trauma-informed response. So I would like to close here and look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Svan. It's great presentation with excellent summary. Now let's move to our next speaker, Ms. Wana Nigu, a security sector reform consultant for UNDP, specializing in gender integration. Ona has extensive experience advising on promoting the meaningful participation of women and developing gender-sensitive policies and training programs for policewomen to address GBV. Ona, could you please elaborate on the key principles that law enforcement agencies should follow to create a systemic approach to addressing TFGBV? The floor is yours.
Sure, thank you. Can you go straight to page 4? I don't know who has, that's why I was asking for, where is the... Oh, I thought, oh, here it is, okay. So how am I working with? Sorry. Okay. So, okay, I have to go back here. No, how am I going back? Seriously. I'm sorry, trying to get back to the beginning. Okay, here. So my name is Juana, and as a former police officer, I have a little bit of understanding of how overwhelming the world of TFGBV can be for police agencies, especially for the ones that are already struggling with insufficient staff, technological infrastructure, and limited capacities and capabilities. We have identified a number of 10 principles that law enforcement agencies should consider when developing systemic approaches to address TFGBV. The principles are part of more in-depth policy guidance for national police, which will be shared by UNDP with the partner nations and also include concrete best practices, some of which are included in today's presentation. First principle is leadership. Strategic, holistic vision and agency priority. Training and isolated targeted actions to respond to some TFGB cases are not enough to address such a complex phenomenon. Each national police should develop a clear, concrete national action plan and roadmap to address TFGBV and should do so through a participatory system inclusive of existing local partner and after assessing local capacities and capabilities. Great examples are the US National Plan to End Gender-Based Violence, which has a dedicated focus area on online safety. Next is enhanced capability to reform-based training. Insufficient capability to address the ever-evolving TFGBV landscape has been a major challenge for all national polices. Therefore, it is imperative to rethink and redesign the current police education by incorporating new ways of learning that are better suited to the current realities of crimes. Different models of blended learning have been developed by UK KNPA, and they practically involve an adaptable continuous learning system, which includes participatory learning and a mix of online, offline, formal, informal, easy accessible, brief on the job and self-directed training. It is also important to institutionalize training provided by external actors into police resource database. An example will be of best practice would be the UK College of Policing Vulnerability app, which is, has been created by utilizing the skills of the Digital Services Department and the relevant subject matter experts. Has been developed in the house by the College of Policing, so it did not incur additional cost for the police. And officers can use the app when dealing with any incident and can select the relevant subject area within the app, and they can access guidance, forms, related services that has been provided by specialized officers. This has been used, for example, for stalking cases, honor-based violence, or rape cases. Next, enhance access to justice by improving TFGBV victims' experiences within law enforcement systems from the time of a victim's initial report and throughout the entire investigation. And providing the victims with easy, accessible, and diverse reporting complaint mechanisms, both online and offline. There are multiple barriers to reporting TFGBV cases, and unfortunately, many of them involve the police. There are two approaches police can take to eliminate such barriers. One, provide victims with multiple avenues to report, One good example is the police cyber support for women that has been implemented by the Bangladeshi police as a response to address the low levels of reporting, and provides women victims of online crimes with reporting options via 3 channels: Facebook, email, and hotline. And of course, the more developed KNPA electronic cybercrime report and management system, which has an integrated chatbot function, where a tailored statement is automatically created as Polbot and the user interact throughout questions and answers. Those are 2 different examples. That the first one involves less resources and is easier to implement by every police station around the world, while Korean one includes more resource involvement and more complex development. Then the second approach of the police is to prioritize initiatives that informs the public of their existence. One of the big problems is a lot of the victims do not know where to report cybercrimes. They do not know which one there are. They don't know the steps to approach. FBI site, it's very representative and could serve as a model for a lot of information that victims can access to a police page. The page of sextortion has brief information for the victims, also for the witnesses, for kids and teens, what caregivers need to know. There are a lot of resources and videos on involving the victims, but as well, there are a long list of alternative resources that victims can access in case they do not want to access the police, which are different CSOs, NGOs that provide victim support or alternative services. So this is again a process that each police unit around the world now has a Facebook page, a social media presence, and a site. So this information can be populated right away. One of the most important principles, in my opinion, is to redesign law enforcement performance management beyond procedural justice. The new digital crimes have different characteristics in comparison with traditional GBV. For example, in the deepfake cases, it's a high volume crimes, collective victimization, low conviction rates, and victims sometimes abandoning reported cases through. This makes many TFGBV cases to be not an incentive for police to pursue because they are counted for their performance management at the end. As well, perceived correct lack of response of TFGBV cases spur national outrages and public protests for many notorious cases, which means it is important to address the current victims' needs from the police and change the way that police performance is evolved, and women experiencing a greater feeling of safety should hold the same importance as the number of crimes solved or convictions. Next, become a gender-responsive police force. There are different models, integrated models from around the world that can be considered. I will move forward. Create victim survivor-centric police services and standardize SOP for TFGBV investigation. All frontline officers, up to the smallest rural police unit in the most remote island in the world, must acquire gender-sensitive competencies and have the ability to provide people-centered policing services. Here is a way where the new updated reform in training could be integrated with very small, there are different guides around the world. One important one is the one developed by International Association of Chief of Police. It's a very brief, a couple of pages to the point, step-by-step resource on how to interview victims, which can be easily translated and distributed to the polices around the world. Another example of best practices for this is integrated the voices of victims when developing program. This is an example for the United States Office on Violence Against Women, which is Abby Holnard program, where training for the development of trauma-informed for the law enforcement to improve the response to victim has been given the name and has included the participation and feedback from Abby Holnard, which was a survivor of a rape case. Prioritize prevention interventions focus on transforming harmful social norms. It's important for police to enhance their participation in prevention activities, also in the cases that involve perpetrators. Korea has a good example of a counseling program for children and teen assaulters to prevent recidivism. As well, North Macedonia has a men counseling centers for perpetrators of domestic violence. This is another. Then the next last principle is research and knowledge cooperation. National police's approaches to research should be twofold. First, through systematic contribution of law enforcement agency in feeding the research, through improving data collection, doing threat assessment, support with profiling. Korea and many countries have now arrested perpetrators of technology-based violence, and they have the possibility to create and share with the world this profiling. And of course, properly document best practices and share them around the world. Next, integrating the research on TFGBV into designing the national police responses to it. Many times, research conducted by different agencies are not read or included when the police develops their own strategies, which narrows their focus. And this would be supporting the holistic approach in designing a national response of the police. And last, innovation, transform technology from a weakness into a strength. There's going to be a further presentation on AI technology later, so I will not develop further on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ona, for sharing a great presentation and summaries. Now let's go to the third presenters. And because of time restraint, I will proceed a little bit fast with some concise introduction. Mr. Vedran Servovic, who is an investigator in Department for the Fight Against Computer Crime at Police Directorate of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Inspector Dragana Buzic, a crime police inspector in Department for High-Tech Crime at the Ministry of Interior of Republika Srpska, Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Okay, Dragana Vuzic, sorry, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Dragana Vujic, and I came from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Well, first of all, I would like to express our gratitude for invitation to participate in this conference. The topic that we are talking in this session is very important, and we are thankful that we have opportunity to present how this topic is developed and how this topic is applied in our country. We believe that our presentation will be understandable for the others because our country is a little bit complex, as you will see throughout our presentation. And I also believe that this session will be also successful as the previous session, and that we will share the best practice and the good and useful ideas and information throughout this dialogue. And one mark also, I would like to say that we are trying to say as much as possible throughout our presentation, and at the same time to fit in the time that we have. So we record our presentation. We are using one tool that we use in our police work when we are dealing with online investigations. So this presentation will go now. Thank you.
Hello to everyone. I have prepared a presentation throughout which I will provide a brief overview of today's topic in relation to the country I came from. Bosnia and Herzegovina is a complex country with state-level two entities, Republic of Srpska and Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the Brčko district as a special administrative unit. The situation in the federation is more complex because the federation is divided into 10 cantons. Each of these parts has a high degree of autonomy with its own legislative, executive, and judicial bodies. The organization of the police is presented in this slide. As you can see, we have police bodies at the state level, police bodies at the entity, and Brčko district levels, as well as the level of each canton. The legal framework is also considered at 4 levels. The legal solutions are very similar in these legal frameworks. with the exception that the area of cybercrime is not in the jurisdiction of the state level, it is in jurisdiction of the entities level. Also, Republic of Srpska is different from the rest of the Bosnia and Herzegovina with two specific laws. One is regulated with virtual currencies, and the second is, we used to call it law on pedophiles because this law has a long name. And the Republic of Srpska also have a strategy for combating cybercrime in the Republic of Srpska and two action plans for today's topics. For today, I believe this the second action plan is very interesting. Organization of the police in Republic of Srpska is centralized and organized into police at the headquarters and outside the headquarters. At the headquarters, we have operational and non-operational directorates, and outside we have 10 police directorates, which are covering the entire territory of Republic of Srpska. In one of these directorates of criminal police, this includes the unit for high-tech crime. Now I will talk about these four topics. I would like to say that in the Criminal Code of Republic of Srpska, we have the following criminal offenses that regulate this area. The offenses marked in red represents new additions to our criminal code. When we talk about the manner of discovery, I have to say that the majority of the information that some of this crime is committed comes throughout NICMEC or NETSMIT report, and the smaller part comes from direct reports to the police. The unit for high-tech crime has its own official website, which includes an option for reporting crimes in this area. Beside the NetSmiths, we are using also GridCop and ICACops as some kind of source of information. Throughout the investigation, we aim to do quick response, data preservation, content removal, collection of information and evidence. These pictures are from our cases. Also, we are doing searching, creating a forensic copy. The creation of forensic copy is a solution that exists only in the Criminal Procedure Code of Republic of Srpska and also represents a new development. We believe it is a very good solution because of sensitivity of digital data and need to preserve its integrity. Inspection, securing and preserving evidence, analyzing, reporting and presentation. Our law still uses the term child pornography, although we know it is inappropriate term, but we believe that we will change this in some of our future steps in this area and call it with the right name, and it is child sexual abuse material. We are users of ICSA database and believe it is very important database, especially when we talk about this topic today. They have a very good message at the beginning, which says, go save a child, good luck. Throughout this database, we can do victim identification, perpetrator identification, detection of criminal offenses, detection of fake photo, information exchange, and we can communicate directly with other members. Tiny details make a huge difference. We are also users of Europol's platform for experts, which includes a section called Trace an Object. On this platform, you can upload photos from your investigation and ask if anyone recognized something and can inform you. Also, in addition to the investigation, we also carry out special investigative actions, and we are trying to be present on social media as undercover investigators. 2 years ago, we conducted a very successful operations. As a result of these actions, the image showed the perpetrators who arrange and attend a meeting with 13 and 14 years old girls. The age of these perpetrators range from 35 to 70 years, and some of them come from the other cities to participate on this meeting. Challenges, I mark two interesting things two very interesting things for us. I would like to knew something about these two topics. About these topics, it is about programs for the protection of victims of sexual and gender-based violence in the digital environment. I would like to hear experience other countries. What is the role of the police, and does they have these programs, and what these programs contains, and something and other. And second thing, what we are interested for is software that search for photos or videos on the internet and detects child sexual abuse material. This is something what one representative of this country mentioned in our previous meeting, or to be more precisely, in our joint training, and we would like to know something more about this and which software it is, and can it be obtained for other law enforcement agencies for the same purpose. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Salibovic and Inspector Vuzik. Now let's turn to a final speaker, Brigadier General Dr. Sushito Lazarojo. He is the head of development, education, and training bureau at Indonesian Police Training Center. Dr. Tugo, could you please share your experience in Indonesia, how to tackle and strengthen the capacity of TFGBV?
Okay. Can you borrow the remotes?
Okay.
The pointers.
Pointers. Terima kasih. Selamat sore semuanya.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon.
Saya akan mencoba menjelaskan bagaimana perhatian dan keseriusan pemerintah Indonesia dengan Kepolisian Republik Indonesia dalam menghadapi TFGBV.
I will try to present and explain about the commitment of the Indonesian government and also the Indonesian National Police on TFGBV. So the presentation titled Gender-Based Violence in the Digital Space Through the Police Education and Training Perspective by Brigadier General Police Dr. Susilo Teguh Raharjo, Head of the Development Education and Training Bureau at the Indonesian Police Training Center or Lemdiklat Polri.
Mungkin operator bisa membantu untuk meneruskan ini.
Could you
Next.
please help?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yes. Oh, okay. Okay. Informasi ini menunjukkan bahwa betapa pentingnya menangani masalah TFGBV di Indonesia, bahwa perkembangan teknologi itu sudah merebak ke semua kalangan dan setiap lapisan. Kemudian data berikutnya menunjukkan bahwa jumlah penduduk Indonesia yang 270 juta itu pengguna gadget sudah hampir 75%-nya. Sedangkan data di sebelah adalah menunjukkan betapa sudah banyaknya tentang kekerasan berbasis gender di Indonesia.
Okay, the first slide will talk about regarding the information technology dynamics and its impact in Indonesia, supported by the data of gadget user recently in Indonesia anti-FGBV reported case. The influence of the modern technology and the digitalizations are spreading widely to all the people, class and community. We can see based on the data from the 270 million people living in Indonesia, the gadget users approximately 75% of the people in Indonesia and around 400,000 cases of violence against women recently.
Dalam hal ini saya akan menyampaikan perspektif dalam penyiapan sumber daya manusia melalui pendidikan manusia, khususnya sumber daya manusia Polri, di mana lembaga pendidikan dan pelatihan Polri itu harus senantiasa bersifat adaptif sehingga dapat menyesuaikan perkembangan yang terjadi saat ini terkait dengan GBV. Kemudian kita harus bersifat responsif supaya tidak ada keterlambatan. Kita akan berusaha berupaya semaksimal mungkin, terutama kita melaksanakan kegiatan-kegiatan ini melalui kolaborasi sehingga kita akan memperoleh literasi secara digital secara lebih besar lagi, tentunya untuk menyesuaikan perkembangan-perkembangan yang terjadi bukan hanya di Indonesia tapi di tingkat global.
Next, I will talk about our duties, Lemdiklat Polri duties, on educating and enhancing human resource capabilities within the Indonesian National Police. The first, we will adaptive to the recent technology trends, and then more responsive to the news case trends to make sure the police could prevent the case before it happens or when it is reported, and then developing collaboration efforts to enhance or increasing digital literacy skills building.
Saya juga menginformasikan bahwa Lembaga Pendidikan dan Pelatihan Polri itu setiap tahunnya menyiapkan hampir 40.000 personil Polri, itu berarti kurang lebih 10% dari jumlah anggota kepolisian Republik Indonesia yang terdiri dari pendidikan pembentukan dan pendidikan pengembangan. Ya.
Okay, next, I will talk about the Education and Training Center unit. We already prepare for 40,000 police officers to be trained and have a education. We have 3 forms from the recruit or formation education and development education and then the training itself.
Kita terkait dengan hal tersebut, kita mencoba membangun sebuah strategi untuk menangani TFGVV. Yang pertama adalah kita akan melakukan penguatan. Yang pertama, penguatan regulasi, kemudian penguatan organisasi, dan kemudian peningkatan atau penguatan sumber daya manusia.
Because of our earlier target, the Education and Training Institute of the Indonesian National Police has developed safety strategies for the digital realm that address gender-based violence. Initially, we are enhancing our efforts to prevent TFGBV by enhancing the quality of human resources, ensuring that the regulations are necessary, and enhancing the resilience of the organizations itself.
Terkait dengan hal tersebut, kita memerlukan sumber daya manusia yang benar-benar kompeten. Oleh karena itu, kita perlu melakukan inventarisasi sumber daya manusia sesuai dengan kebutuhan. Disesuaikan dengan perkembangan IT, perkembangan kasus yang ditangani, maupun terkait dengan perkara-perkara yang masih berjalan.
To gain the competency of a police officer, an inventory of human resources is conducted with the requirements.
Kemudian kita juga menyiapkan bahan materi untuk diberikan pendidikan pelatihan. Kita sangat berterima kasih sekali kemarin beberapa waktu yang lalu dari UNDP melalui Korea National Police Agency telah memberikan pelatihan kepada beberapa personil Polri, khususnya yang bertugas menangani TFGBV.
Next, developing a fundamental knowledge module for formation education. For example, several months ago, there was a training of trainers in Lemdiklat Polri in Jakarta, and there was a UNDP Indonesia and UNDP USPC. And then the KNPA there to train our police officer, and we are really grateful for that.
Dr. Daegu, could you please complete your presentation within 1 or 2 minutes?
Oke. Saya lanjutkan bahwa keseriusan itu terhadap regulasi, Presiden Republik Indonesia telah mengeluarkan peraturan nomor 20 tahun 2024, kemudian ditindaklanjuti oleh Kepala Kepolisian Republik Indonesia dengan Peraturan Polisi Nomor 13 2004 tentang pembentukan Direktorat PPA atau penanganan TFGBV. Kemudian pada 13 November kemarin kita lanjutkan dengan pembentukan pada tingkat kepolisian daerah dan Polres.
So actually, after the UNDP Korea and KNPA went to Jakarta, I would like to provide more detailed explanations that are showing our commitment, the government and law enforcement. The first one, Presidential Regulations number 20 on the transition of the Women and Children Protection Subdirectorate to PPA Directorate. And then the Chief of Police Regulation on the establishment on the new directorate for the protection of women and children and human trafficking. And then recently on November 13, the official establishment of the new directorate at the regional police and district police levels.
Terkait dengan hal tersebut, Lemdiklat Polri memberikan pelatihan kepada sumber daya manusianya untuk diberikan kemampuan dalam rangka penanganan. Termasuk di dalamnya adalah dari seluruh jenjang pendidikan, karena mereka akan disiapkan untuk menangani TFGBV pada semua aspek, yaitu pada kegiatan preemptif, preventif, dan represif.
So for the curriculum and teaching materials, we actually focus on the case management training for a case of the FGBV. And then the model approach of our education is as follows: preemptive and preventive efforts, case response management, and certification initiatives.
Oleh karena itu kita perlu menanggut kerjasama dan kolaborasi baik internal maupun eksternal, seperti misalnya dengan beberapa lembaga pemerintahan dan lembaga kementerian, baik di dalam negeri maupun di luar negeri.
Therefore, to implement our goals, we need to cooperate and collaborate more with internal mechanism, with the NGOs, other community, and also domestically and internationally.
Saya rasa ini aja yang bisa kami informasikan untuk keseriusan dari pemerintah Indonesia dalam menghadapi masalah TFGBV. Terima kasih.
That is all from me, so thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for your talk, Dr. Daegu. And because of time constraint, I ask for a first discussion from designated today's discussant. First, Mr. Yoon Sang Rim, a Superintendent and Chief of Cyber Sexual Violence Investigation Section at KNPA. Mr. Rim, you have around 3 minutes.
안녕하십니까.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as introduced, I am Yoon Sang-im, Superintendent at KNPA with regard to cyber sexual violence or TFCBV. I do want to mention that it's important to make sure that we have clear policies and we have to act upon such policies. And today, I would like to talk about the deepfake GBVs that was a major buzzword in Korea. With the rise of social media, it has become easier to obtain photos of famous celebrities, attractive individuals around us, and even random people online. What happens if someone manipulates these photos to create nude images, for instance? And what if such manipulated images are distributed to an unspecified number of people online? The person who created these images and those who view them may mock the subject sexually. Meanwhile, the victim, often without their knowledge, suffers all sorts of sexual harassment and abuse, and this is what constitutes a deepfake GBV. In the past, deepfake technology was considered to be the domain of experts. Even if ordinary people tried to create manipulated images, their attempts were crude and easily recognizable. However, with advancement in AI technology, its commercialization, anyone can now easily create such manipulated content using tools like deepfake bots. Now the precision is increasing to the point where it is difficult to distinguish from real photos, and as a result, starting from the second half of 2023, the rate of deepfakes sexual crimes have surged significantly in Korea, and the media has been spotlighting the seriousness of these crimes as they have become a major societal issue. Between 2021 to 2023, the average number of reported
deepfake GBVs in South Korea was 165 cases per year, but from January to October for this year alone, there was a 978 cases, a six-fold increase. And one particularly shocking aspect of this issue is that out of the 520 subjects apprehended, 423 were teenagers, accounting for approximately 81% of the total. These teenagers lacking maturity and often unaware of the criminal nature of their actions are committing deepfake GBVs out of curiosity, targeting peers, classmates, or even teachers. And recognizing the urgency of the situation, the South Korean police concluded that swift and resolute action is essential to curb these crimes, and such various measures were implemented, including a special crackdown campaign, investigation, and communication and investigation regarding Telegram, a primary platform for such activities, strengthen educational programs for teenagers to prevent such crimes, and improvements to related legal frameworks. As a result of these actions, the daily average number of deepfake GBVs, which had peaked at 17.57 cases from September 7th to 13th of 2024, has significantly declined to 2.86 cases per day. Additionally, 506 subjects, including 411 teenagers, were apprehended and 23 subjects were detained from January 1st to October 25th, 2024. In relation to this, I would like to mention two particular things. One is the deepfake detection software utilized in the special crackdown by KNPA, and the other is the international response platform, INRA, established by the South Korean police to protect victims. First, the deepfake detection software. In fact, the Korean National Police Agency has been anticipating an increase in deepfake GBVs since the beginning of 2023, given the speed of the AI technology development. To address this, we have begun developing the deepfake detection software in February 2023, completing its development in February 2024. This software allows investigators to upload suspected deepfake videos and determine within approximately 10 minutes whether the video is fake or real. And once the analysis is complete, a detailed report is generated and can be immediately used for investigations. Also, the system has trained on a massive data set, including 1 million Korean data points and a total of 5.2 million data points from 5,400 individuals, applying the latest AI models to handle new emerging forms of synthesized videos. However, as the current detection accuracy rate averages around 80%, not 100%, the results are used as a reference for guiding investigation strategies rather than as direct evidence in legal proceedings. And KNPA utilized this in earnest starting from March 2024, and by October, they have detected a total of 264 cases, which helped them greatly in their investigation of deepfake GBVs. Next, I would like to introduce the platform, the International Response Against Exploitation INRA, which was developed to respond internationally to child sexual exploitation materials, including deepfake content. Sexual exploitation materials once disseminated online spreads across borders instantly, and thus protecting victims through deletion and blocking such materials is as critical as apprehending the perpetrators. And KNPA recognized the importance of expanding deletion and blocking efforts internationally and minimizing bypass access via VPNs. To achieve this, we developed a system that facilitates collaboration between member countries and organizations, leading to the creation of a platform. And that platform is the International Response Against Exploitation, or INRA. Currently, law enforcement agencies from 5 countries and 2 international organizations are members of INRA. The platform allows member countries to share URLs of child sexual exploitation materials, enabling mutual requests for deletion and blocking. It also facilitates the sharing of investigative information. As more members join INRA, the spaces where child exploitation materials can exist, such as those accessed via VPNs, will continue to shrink. Therefore, KNP is constantly trying to increase the number of members, and we'd be very grateful if you would join us in this endeavor. Deepfake DVVs are one of the most recent forms of cyber sexual violence, and since the online world knows no borders, international cooperation is absolutely essential for an effective response. Through this discussion, the KNPA hopes to establish closer cooperation with more countries and international organizations, including the UNDP. And we are fully committed to eradicating TFGBVs and will continue to give our utmost efforts to this cause. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lim, for your valuable insights. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Jun-taek Cho, Research Fellow at the Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice. Mr. Jo, you have 2 or 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm short for time, so I will try to be as brief as possible. Thank you very much. and I have experience working as a police. So in terms of capacity building and education for the police, I really appreciated the earlier presentations. And we heard that research is important as well. I am doing that research work, and in September this year, I conducted a research on Korean police's response to TFGBV. With regards to multi-agency cooperation, the Ministry of Gender Equality establishes the policies. The police is in charge of investigation, and the Korea Communications Standards Commission is in charge of oversight in online. And so we have a good cooperation system in place. But in Korea, deepfake and many other cases continue to occur. And so we need to strengthen further interagency collaboration. So for example, there is the gender committee in the White House of the US. So similarly, the presidential office should be the control tower in terms of coordinating of the efforts against the TFGBV. Next, I'd like to talk about victim support. The prevention is important, but also when the cases occur, the reporting as well as other measures to protect the victims will be very important. And so related policies are being developed in Korea. So for example, if you look at the current, in the future, there will be a stopping of the different materials to be uploaded online, and there will be a review first before approval is given. And also, we are operating a one-stop support center for the victims. So what we can improve further for regions that have good budget, for example, Seoul, they have their own capability to operate the centers. But then for the low-budget regions, they have this lack of funding, and so there has to be more support provided to them. And so some localities are pursuing the establishment of their own support centers as a result, and the government is expanding support also. And the use of AI is also being considered for providing support. So I discussed the different measures that we are taking, and in the future, we hope that this will also be considered for other countries as well. I'd like to give some recommendations. So we heard about the specialized program for the police officers training from Indonesia. And so the efficacy of that program, I'd like to I'd like to suggest that you conduct a research on the efficacy of the training program for the police so that you can share that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your valuable insight. Actually, officially, session 3 is now over, but I believe we need some rooms or time for the panelists to reflect our discussion. So if you audience approve, can I borrow around 5 or 6 minutes from the break session? My apology. Unfortunately, I cannot repay the borrow. Okay, I think it's better to have around 1 minute per panelist for your reflection from the discussion.
So I took a lot of time last time, so I'm going to try to be very brief. So I think it is important for the police agencies to break down their strategic approaches into immediate action and things that can use the existing resources and best practices and implement them right away, and then have a follow-up with a more developed, resource-intense and long-term plan. Thank you very much.
Well, because there are 2 representatives of our country, and we don't want to take any more time for the others. And we agree with everything what this previous presenter says and what other representatives of the other countries says. And this role of the police and this everything what we says about is very important. And we are trying to do our best in future with our future steps in this area. Thank you very much.
Excuse me?
Oh, yes.
Saya ingin menanggapi apa yang disampaikan oleh Pak Jun tadi.
I want to respond, Mr. Chung, for your recommendation for our program.
Ya, Terkait dengan kegiatan yang sudah kita lakukan untuk menyiapkan sumber daya manusia Polri, kita saat ini sudah fokus terutama memberikan pelatihan kepada polisi wanita, khususnya di sekolah polisi wanita kita siapkan untuk menjadi agen-agen atau pelayan-pelayan dalam permasalahan kasus TFGBV.
So our training already focused on the female police officers training and education to be the first responder on the TFGBV cases management.
Kemudian untuk tindakan represifnya kita sudah menyiapkan bahan atau materi pelatihan untuk pusat pendidikan pengembangan spesialisasi untuk Direktorat Reserse, Pusdiklat Reserse.
And for the case management training, we also already prepared the material of training for the research unit, criminal investigations unit.
Termasuk kami mengucapkan terima kasih kemarin sudah dibantu oleh UNDP menyiapkan modul dan materi untuk masalah penanganan TFGBV.
We also like to thank you to the UNDP Indonesia to assist us to make the module of TFGBV case management.
Kami harap kerjasama ini tetap berlanjut. Terima kasih.
We also hope that this collaborative efforts will continue to make. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I missed additional valuable online guest. So for the online participants, is there any questions or your reflection on this matter?
Oh, thank you for this opportunity. If I could flag one issue, I think it would be collaboration, both externally with international partners that need to be approached for sharing evidence across borders, but also internally in the police. And I think all the efforts that have been going on are very impressive. And I heard that it's more challenging in low resource situation. But even in those low resource situations, there is specialized knowledge in the police already existing. And collaboration can really harness this potential if we bring together police who deal with GBV on a daily basis with police who have specialized capacities on tech and cybercrime investigations. That's something you can easily do without investing any additional resources, bring them together and share their knowledge. And I think collaboration can even start from that small step. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your talk, Sven, for the key recommendation on your study and research, and Uina, your explanation for the diverse country situation, and Drijka Buzik and Dr. Degu for your valuable insight for your home country's situation. Okay, thank you very much. It's time to close our session. Thank you very much for the panelists, audience, and online participant. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the valuable contribution. We'll wrap up the session 3, and before proceed to the session 4, why don't you have some cup of coffee or cup of tea? We have replenished the tea and coffee at the back. Please help yourself, and let's reconvene at 4:25 as we're going to begin our last session at 4:30. So please be back by 4:25. Thank you.
already on.
It's already on.
I think so.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll soon begin our last session of today, the session 4. Please kindly wrap up your conversation and be back at the hall and kindly be seated. We're going to begin the last session, which is 4th session. Please be kindly make your way to the hall and be seated. The simultaneous Korean and English interpretation will be provided for this session as well. For those of you who require simultaneous interpretation, please take advantage of the device in front of you and please select your preferred language. 1 is for Korean and 2 for English. We're going to begin our last session. Please be kindly seated. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're excited to continue with our 4th session, and we highly appreciate your energy and engagement as we move forward. Allow me to introduce our moderator for this last session, Mr. Moo-jin Lee from UNDP will have the role of moderating this session, and we have invited a panelist and discussant here with us, and they're going to share their valuable insight during this session. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a warm round of applause.
Thank you, colleagues. I hope you enjoy the good coffee break, and then good afternoon to you, and also good morning and good evening for those who is joining online. Welcome to session 4 of the Global Policy Dialogue on TFGBB. As introduced, my name is Moo-jin Lee, and I'm leading gender-based violence and rule of law related work of UNDP Seoul Policy Center. It's my great honor and pleasure to moderate this session on innovative solutions to address TFGBB. Our goal for this session is not only to present new tools to prevent and address TFGBB, but also to examine how we can use them ethically, effectively, and responsibly. This session emphasizes tackling TFGBB by leveraging technological advancements while remaining committed to personal data protection and user privacy. For this session, we have an incredible lineup of speakers who will share their experience and expertise with us today. So we have Dr. Wendy O'Brien from UNODC. She will discuss justice and technological innovations to prevent TFGBV and ensure access to justice. We have Mr. Osama Al-Jaber from UNDP, who will introduce eMonitor Plus, a platform developed to monitor TFGBB. We have Tinatin Gogoladze from Media Development Foundation in Georgia. She will share how CSOs are using eMonitor Plus tool in Georgia. We have Ms. Raya Mustafa from UNDP Maldives. She will discuss the experience of implementing eMonitor Plus in Maldives. And last but not yes, we have Ms. Hera Hussein online. She is joining from the UK, am I correct? And she will speak on the role of CSOs in driving innovative solutions. We also have 2 discussants with us today, Professor Sang Pil-yoon from Korea University and Professor Min-gyu Kang from Korean Police Investigation Academy. Now, without further ado, let's kick off by welcoming our first speaker, Dr. Wendy O'Brien. She's a crime prevention and criminal justice officer at the UNODC, where she focuses on policing, technology, and human rights, as well as criminal justice reform. She has an extensive background in criminology and law enforcement. So, Dr. O'Brien, could you begin by sharing your perspective on the role of justice system in addressing TFGBV and how technological innovations can support both prevention and access to justice? The floor is yours. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you so much. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. Thank you so much. And I'd extend a particular thanks to UNDP and KNPA for organizing this important dialogue. I would like to talk to you about technology and the role that it can play, and some of the ways in which it's proving to be an obstacle, including to human rights. So bear in mind that this is couched within the session that is focusing on innovative solutions. So it is solution focused, but bear with me. At the international level, there is quite some agreement among UN member states about the importance of harnessing the benefits of technology in crime prevention and criminal justice, while mitigating against the risks, the human rights risks, the risks of abuse and misuse of technology. We see this language in the Kyoto Declaration. This was adopted by member states in 2020 at the 14th Crime Congress. We also see this language in the first global resolution on artificial intelligence adopted in December last year. Adopted in April of this year. We also see this in a resolution that was adopted in December last year, also the first global resolution on equal access to justice for all, talks about the importance of using technology to enhance access to justice while ensuring that there is no additional harm, particularly for individuals in circumstances of vulnerability. We also see this in a range of Human Rights Council resolutions, and there is a resolution that has been adopted several times and will soon be adopted again on human rights in the administration of criminal justice, a General Assembly resolution, and I would refer you to a Secretary General's report that has just been adopted on this topic that has very good substance on these issues. So this is where we're at. With this globally in terms of the agreement about the importance of using technology, safeguarding against risks. Easily said, much more difficult to do, and that is where this presentation really takes its starting point. And I would say that if we do want to innovate for effective prevention of TFGBV and ensuring access to justice, and we do, I do, this is the intent of the presentation, we need to first challenge impoverished conceptualizations of TFGBV. I don't need to labour this because it's been discussed extensively already in the brilliant interventions this morning and this afternoon. But challenging, of course, these binary conceptualizations of online and offline harm. There's been talk about the continuum of violence. But when we see this manifest as a binary in our thinking, in our law, in our policy, in our procedure, what we see is a minimization or a denial of tech-related harms. We also see this manifest as a responsibilization of victim survivors. And we can see that technology can play a role in worsening this particular situation. One of the things that we see is the development of tools that are ostensibly to facilitate access to justice, being ultimately tools that burden a survivor with gathering the evidence themselves. So here is an app that will allow you to gather evidence to indicate the ways in which the TFGBV is occurring. You will simply provide those data to police and access to justice will follow. But we do know when we look at cases of this kind that there are very many ways in which this can fail, including police sharing those data with the perpetrator, including the criminal justice system just not being ready to process those data. So what we have is a situation not only of an undue burden of proof with the survivor, but we also have unfair and unrealistic expectations being built. And this is at a time when we know that survivors are wanting to shy away from the criminal justice system because they know that it does not serve their needs. So this is something to keep in mind. The advice to disconnect, whether given formally or informally, is of course advice that would violate the survivors' rights, violate their rights to access to information, to freedom of expression, to freedom of association, etc. Something else that we see in TFGBV is legal solutionism. And there has been talk today about the importance of the law and legislating against TFGBV. And I agree that this is important, but we know that law is only ever part of the puzzle. And we have heard very many stories about the way in which the law can go wrong. We've heard about the weaponization of law as well against survivors. So we know in very many jurisdictions that legislation that has been introduced to protect children from perpetrators of sexual violence has been used against children in cases of sexting, for example, so prosecuting children for these crimes. So we do need to be very careful about legal solutionism. And an example a bit closer to the TFGBV space, laws on coercive control, for example, that have been weaponized against survivors when there is systems abuse and police incorrectly understand that the perpetrator is indeed the victim. So coercive control legislation has been used for wrongful convictions in that regard. So just as I've said that we need to resist some of these problems, these impoverished kind of models of thinking around TFGBV, I think that we need to resist the cognitive traps and totalizing narratives about technology as well. Technological determinism, I think, is probably, a fairly apt way of describing the current era. I think that we are looking for technology as the solution to most of our problems. We do see technology as the principal architect of our social policy. And the very fact that we are in this room talking about the problems of TFGBV is because of technological determinism. It is because we have said yes to every form of technology that has come along, and we are now living with the consequences of that. So I do think that it is time for us to recognize that technology itself is not necessarily going to be the solution to our problems. Techno-solutionism, though, is a very powerful discourse. It's also very powerfully motivated by commercial interests, so we need to keep that in mind. When we're thinking about techno-solutionism, we need to understand how powerful automation bias is. So if we're thinking about tech solutions in the criminal justice system, and we say, okay, these can just be referenced for the police, so facial recognition, let's take. This can just be used to advise police. It will give them, an idea about potential offenders. What we're finding is that police are not then applying critical lens to that. The systems are not in place within policing to ensure that they can overcome an automation bias, which is essentially our willingness to rely on technology rather than technological computational outputs rather than our own thinking. It's also linked to recency bias. And here I would say that we are talking a lot about the forms of technology that have been used to perpetrate TFGBV up until now. Very good, and we must. So we're talking right now about deep fakes a lot, but we need to be talking about the technologies that are on the horizon. We need to be looking at neurotechnologies. We need to be looking at implants, wearables. How are they going to be weaponized against survivors? Why is technology not a complete or singular solution? It overlooks the need to look at root causes, to address root causes. And we are building, if you look at the second bullet point there, we are building on a system that we know is broken. We're building on a system that we know has failed victim survivors. So we cannot just automate it and accelerate it. We cannot make it more obscure. We cannot make it less transparent. We need to make it more transparent. And in some ways, we actually need to slow it down, not speed it up, because we know that we are bringing lots of victim survivors into the criminal justice system and not delivering justice. And in the process, we are causing harm, breaking trust, and perpetuating models of response that don't work. So there's a great deal that we could talk about, but I do think that it is important to resist these cognitive traps. So looking for silver bullets is not going to get us there. I think that we need to assess things critically, both in the criminal justice sector, also in the technology sector. I'll put this up, I won't have time to talk about it, but I'll just put it there as I close. And only when we've really spoken about systems reform in both the criminal justice sector and in the technology sector can we then start to look at what sorts of technologies could we really safely leverage in pursuit of the prevention of TFGBV and access to justice for all. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. O'Brien, for your insight. Now I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Osama Al-Jaber, Digital Democracy Specialist at UNDP, where he leads global efforts in digital democracy, technology, and inclusivity. With a background in digital advocacy and civic participation, he has worked extensively to amplify youth and women's voices. My question to you, could you explain how the e-monitoring plus tool works and how its AI-driven capabilities help detect emerging trends related to TFGBV in real time? Over to you.
Well, thank you very much for having me here, and it's really an honor for me to be here with you. Yeah, in my presentation, I will speak about the tool eMonitor Plus, a tool developed by UNDP to monitor tech-facilitated gender-based violence. I think it's important to note here that this is one of the tools that has been used as part of the project that was funded by the Korean National Police Agency, especially within the Maldives and Georgia, where my colleagues will speak about it. In the last sessions, I think it was super interesting for me to hear from other speakers about the importance of legal frameworks and the law enforcement in addressing TFGPV. But the question for us is how can we ensure that we are enforcing law, and how can we ensure that we are crafting effective legislations if we don't have enough data about the nature, prevalence, and impact of TFGPV, especially at the national level. So when we speak about TFGPV, as mentioned by other panelists, data gaps remain a major challenge for us, especially in a quickly evolving space in which ways and tactiques used to incite gender-based violence online are changing and evolving as well. This is why without data, we could risk that our legal frameworks would harm marginalized groups instead of protecting them. We could risk that without data that our awareness interventions as well are targeting the wrong people with the wrong messages. This is really the context in which we are working and where we see that the monitoring of TFGBV is not an option for us. It is foundational. But in many cases, we understand that the monitoring of TFGBV requires some specific skill sets, right? The whole idea of collecting data, scraping data, for example, from social media platforms. We are talking about millions of comments and posts that are being shared every minute. So the question is, how can we monitor that? We speak about complex data sets as well, unstructured data that is not easy to us to monitor. In many cases, we are speaking about some specific people with specific skill sets that are able to code, for example, using Python, R, but at the same time, how can we make this accessible for anyone who is interested to monitor TFGBV if we are agreed that TFGB monitoring is not an option for us to address the issue? This is really the context in which eMonitor Plus was built. The goal is really to expand our national counterpart capacities to be able to monitor information pollution challenges. We are speaking about mass disinformation, we speak about hate speech, but mainly TFGBV as well. This tool has been deployed in around 15 countries, and we are speaking with national counterparts in these countries, including civil society organizations, public institutions, universities, and others, to monitor TFGBV sustainably at their level. The tool from a technical perspective is divided into three main parts. The first part is data collection. The second one is data analysis. And when we speak about data analysis, we speak about two parts, AI analysis, but also manual analysis done by human monitors, which is super essential here. And the third one is data visualization and communication of the results. So when we speak about data collection, this is actually the interface of the tool from eMonitor Plus. And what you see on the screen is basically the data scraping screen, in which when you open it, you will be able to see the specific post that you are interested in crawling and collecting data from. So, and we usually customize this through a customized queries, through specific keywords that we are interested to collect data from regarding to the specific questions that we are trying to answer. But in addition to that, of course, also we collect data through news sources as well from some specific accounts as well. And this is what you see on daily basis. So the human monitors who are accessing the tool, they will be able to see all of these on daily basis, the scraped data from every day coming into the platform. The second step, so all of this data that was compiled is then analyzed automatically by different AI models, some of which we have built in-house at UNDP that are responding to the specific definitions that we are using here. But some others also are third parties, some of which were used for content moderation by the platforms. So for example, here you can see a screenshot of the sentiment analyzer. You can see also another screenshot for the analyzer of the toxic communication, including insult, toxicity, identity attack, etc., etc. So all of the posts that are compiled, then analyzed automatically using all of these models. In addition to that, we have another AI model where we use large language models, LLMs. So here we speak about GPT-4. I heard when the previous panelists mentioned ChatGPT, many people are already using it. So we utilize also ChatGPT, but also Llama 3.1 for the analysis of text, especially for more complex questions. And here we are speaking about specific prompt that has some specific questions that we are interested to ask. And you can see here an example of these questions that we ask the GPT or the large language model that is fine-tuned to answer for us and customize the content and answer for us. Then, of course, the analysis of AI is not enough. And I don't think, as an AI specialist who studied AI, who's developing AI, I don't think that AI can replace a human, especially from the perspective of the data analysis itself, for the very specific reason that AI in many cases doesn't understand the nuances, does not really understand the context, the events that are happening in the country. So in many cases, we are speaking about something that is very specific. And this is why eMonitor Plus is relying also on the human monitors, which are core component of that, in which we work with our national counterpart who have human monitors using the tool for their own daily analysis. And we are talking about more than 150 monitors using eMonitor Plus as their full-time job, actually, opening the tool and analyzing the different content and classifying this content. We are done with data analysis. Now we speak about data visualization. So in addition to speaking about individual cases of incidents that are collected, we speak also about data dashboarding as well, in which you can see, on a near real-time data analytics perspective, look at the latest trends that are happening in the country. What can you see related to the trends, related to the nature, related to the prevalence of TFGBV? And actually here on the screen, you can see two dashboards, one of which is from Libya on online violence against women in politics, and the second one is on TFGBV in Georgia as well. So we are speaking about something specifically related to geography, forms, and ways and techniques used to incite online violence. And here, actually, when we speak about data, we have a lot of excellent examples in which this data was utilized as well. So just to give a few examples here, for example, in the case of Panama, the data collected by eMonitor Plus helped in the reform of the TFGBV law in the country after the election was concluded, according to the specific forms that were detected during the specific period. Or another case, for example, in some different countries where eMonitor Plus was a trusted partner for some of the social media platforms, including Meta, where the monitors were using it for content moderation, flagging this content directly to the social media platforms, and in some cases removing such content coming from the civil society organizations. Or finally, for example, in the case of media literacy and awareness, in the case, for example, the use of eMonitor Plus in Peru and Chile as well, where more than 30 partners in a form of coalition work together to monitor and to share insights of what they are collecting directly and use it for media literacy related work. Finally, as I end my presentation, I think it's super important here to note that monitoring is not actually, it can be one of the first steps that we could start with to understand the trends and what is happening at the national level, but it's not the only steps. We understand that these type of tools can be really powerful, but only if they are used to inform strategic responses, including legal frameworks, education, training, and innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So next, we have Ms. Tina Tingogoladze. She is the head of media monitoring and research at the Media Development Foundation in Georgia. She has extensive experience in traditional and social media monitoring and analysis. Ms. Gogoladze, could you share how the e-monitoring tool is being adopted and utilized in Georgia by Media Development Foundation and highlight any outcomes or challenges you've encountered, please?
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me being part of very important discussions today. As you mentioned, we have implemented eMonitor in Georgia with UNDP, and we worked intensively to understand and include the specificities of Georgian context into the tool. And because of that, we used our desk research, which we have done previously to determine the indicators on which we would be monitoring sexist hate speech and TFGBV. And these indicators are anti-feminism and misogyny, offense and ridicule on grounds of appearance and mental abilities of women, criticism on the ground of gender stereotypes, attacks based on moral criteria, which is very prevalent in Georgian context, ageism, and we also monitor identity-based discrimination, including homophobia, transphobia, and other forms of discrimination. Mentioned the analytical dashboard, which we have with the tool, is very interesting in compiling data and analyzing trends of sexist hate speech and TFGBV in Georgia, and we have some results I would like to share with you. The first and most important is that we are collecting data not only from social media, which is Facebook in case of Georgia, the most prominent social media mostly used throughout the Georgia, but we also monitor traditional media outlets with a human monitoring team, and all these traditional and social media is compiled into eMonitor and gives us opportunity to analyze trends on social media and traditional media as well. In social media lately we see that the manipulation of visuals as photos and videos are more and more often used against women, and it was very interesting to see that in a pre-election campaign in Georgia, which we had the parliamentary election in October 26, and we saw how the visual manipulations were mainly targeted at women politicians and used against them. Here we can see the topics which were most used in the sense of sexist hate speech and TFGBV in Georgia. The most used is social issues, then of course comes politics, elections, and other topics as well. The very interesting part of working with eMonitor is emotional and sentiment analysis, which is provided by the tool, and we can see which are the prevalent emotions or sentiments that are expressed through social media, and the dominant emotion is irony, which is also a specificity of Georgian society. This means that the targets of sexist hate speech were ridiculed or diminished through how to say, funny content, but it's not a funny content, it's targeted for diminishing their work, their accomplishments, and mainly the targets of this kind of attacks were women politicians in pre-election period, and we have angry emotions also as well. And intensity of these emotions that were expressed through social media posts, Facebook posts, were mainly strong or moderate emotions. And the sentiment analysis shows us that in a vast majority of cases, in 89% of cases, the overall sentiments of the posts published against women were negative, and a very small percent, 1.5%, had a positive sentiment in their context. Also, we can track the basis of TFGBV and sexist hate speech, keywords, targets, and perpetrators through eMonitor tool. And the basis of sexist hate speech and identity-based hate speech, we can see that are anti-Western narratives. And in the context of Georgia, we are trying and aspirating to become an EU member. And anti-Western narratives were used in gender-based discrimination and in a way that EU membership was portrayed as a threat to Georgian traditional values and women's part in society, and so on and so forth. You can see, I won't expand on other underlying bases, harmful keywords. Also, these are in Georgian, but I can translate a little bit, are portraying women as, sorry for the expression, whores. Also, the biggest one is directed to LGBTQI plus community. In Georgian context, the discussions of these rights of this community is portrayed as a propaganda and is called upon to be banned at all. So, and targets of sexist hate speech and TFGBV mainly are women politicians. Then comes members of CSOs, journalists who are critical of the governing party, and other social activists who are very vocal in society, and perpetrators of TFGBV.
1 minute.
Yes. Also, we can find political members of political parties in perpetrators as well, members of clergy, and members of far-right movements in Georgia. A very important part is the motive behind sexist hate speech and TFGBV, and the biggest motives are gender bias and sexism, and most of the posts are amplified in comments. So commenting on these posts, comments on these posts are amplifiers of sexist hate speech and other kind of discriminations. I will shortly present pre-election monitoring results. We identified 292 cases of sexism and 322 cases of homophobia, and most prevailing was the tax based of moral criteria, which included slut shaming of political candidates seeking office in Georgia. And you can see other indicators on the screen. And these are some examples of Georgian politicians which were targeted. On the first screen, you see mostly the opposition women leaders with the brooms captioning "When you finally find your place," saying that these people are these women are witches, and also ridicule on the base of their physical appearances. Here we can see targeted politicians, also manipulated photo in first picture. The caption is manipulated to say "my bra is too tight," and these are the manipulated photos targeting women via slut shaming. And very important point I want to say before I finish my presentation is gender disinformation, which is also a powerful tool against women, and women politicians, in case of Georgia, Western or local politicians are most frequent targets of gender disinformation. This contains Georgia's external and internal policies, and you can see some examples of gender disinformation that Media Development Foundation and Myth Detector debunked in these cases. So thank you very much. And
Thank you so much, Ms. Kokuladze. And now we have Ms. Raya Mustafa. She's a program officer in UNDP Maldives, and her work focuses on democratic governance, and she works on initiatives that support civil society, disability inclusion, youth, and women's empowerment. Ms. Mustafa, could you share some specific challenges encountered during the implementation of eMonitor Plus in the Maldives, and how your team addressed them? What early data or examples can you provide to illustrate its impact so far?
Thank you, Mujin. It's a pleasure to be here and to be part of this panel to share our experience today on the implementation of eMonitor in the Maldives. Like in many countries, in the Maldives, you're also observing various manifestations of TFGBV, and we acknowledge the growing need to address these forms of violence. Gender-based violence is a significant social issue in the Maldives, with 1 in 3 women facing some form of violence in their lifetime. And we know that with technological advancements, that these forms of violence are amplified. And we also see that these pervasive and deeply rooted social norms and values that are often patriarchal are also normalized in these online spaces. Because of the limited understanding of TFGBV in the public and also among stakeholders, we often find that such cases of violence are not adequately addressed. So eMonitor Plus was deployed in the Maldives about over a month ago, and our team has been working with the local CSO to moderate and flag the content. So since we are piloting this tool, the focus of our activity, of our monitoring activities is not limited to any one event or any period, but rather to detect the harmful content against women, girls, and other vulnerable groups, and to identify the patterns that we expect to see online, or perhaps not even expect, but see emerging trends. With the limited data we have gathered, the preliminary findings show that there are disproportionately more women as targets and victims of TFGBV in the content that has been flagged. Most forms of violence observed towards women are sexual and verbal harassment, with dehumanizing and dehumanizing language to depict their character negatively. Depictions of incompetence and stereotyping with very strong and negative sentiments are also common to both genders. Most, if not all, of the targeted people identified so far are well-known public figures or known members of the community. And this may be because of the platforms that we are able to monitor currently. For the purpose of monitoring, the team created the parameters and keywords, which currently contain over 50 keywords and about 22 various parameters to tag and analyze the content. While this may be effective, we also recognize and understand that this method might not fully break the echo chamber effect of social media. So in addition to the content script by eMonitor, we're also including manual entries of observed TFGB content to ensure that we're capturing the content from various accounts that we may not have captured in our initial list. This also includes the comment sections, as Tina also mentioned, where there is a lot of TFGBV content observed. So while creating the parameters and keywords, another consideration, a significant consideration, was the language used in the Maldives. We have our own script, Tana, and also English, and then a mix of both where the Vehi language is used with the English alphabet. The keywords, therefore, were curated with potential variations of the keywords so that the tool can recognize the occurrence of harmful language, regardless of which text it uses. This is one of the key challenges for us in identifying harmful content. However, as Osama has also mentioned, the more data that we gather, the more enhanced the language model becomes, and our ability to expand and capture emerging trends and gather further insights. While the tool scrapes content using keywords and accounts, as our speakers have also mentioned, human monitors are required to classify the content. And one of our learnings through this experience in using eMonitor Plus is that the team of dedicated monitors are necessary to ensure the number of online content is captured and consistently classified. The dedicated human monitors who have a good understanding of the cultural nuances and high proficiency in both languages are also required, so they're able to accurately classify the TFGBV content and refine the tool to improve its effectiveness. We can take several examples from published content where contextualizing the content allows us to understand the seemingly common words chained together to have more serious implications. We are a very small, tight-knit community, so the likelihood of forms of violence online could be extended to all other aspects of their life as well. UNDP has broader projects addressing GBV, and with this pilot project and our learnings, we plan to introduce TFGBV in a multi-stakeholder dialogue where we will have the opportunity to share the data and insights of eMonitor Plus, which will create the space for stakeholders to convene and identify or explore potential interventions. We are also exploring the potential in other projects to make recommendations to government to change policies to reflect TFGBV as we have broader existing projects. So with the limited duration that we have been implementing eMonitor Plus, we see the potential for influencing policies and equipping stakeholders with tools and knowledge to effectively respond to these challenges and to foster safer online spaces for vulnerable groups. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raya. Now, I'm delighted to introduce Ms. Hera Hussein, founder and CEO of Chain, a global nonprofit that provides online resources to combat GBV. With over 500,000 people reach, Chain uses open source technology and trauma-informed design to empower GBV survivors worldwide. Ms. Hussein, can you hear us well?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. Could you tell us about the specific tools that Chain has developed to combat TFGBV, and how do these tools help support survivors and tackle TFGBV? Over to you.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Great to be here. I'm sorry I couldn't join you in person. I just want to introduce my son as well, because obviously he's joining us for this session as well. He's both of us are feeling under the weather, so apologies. But yeah, he will be an active participant in the next in the next 7 minutes. So I started Chen about 11 years ago. And I started because I felt like there weren't enough resources that were online to support survivors of gender-based violence. That includes like online violence. I had just finished university. I'm from Pakistan. That's where I grew up. But I was studying in the UK. So that's kind of the genesis of Gen. That's how it started. And one of the things that I noted at that time was I was part of many Facebook groups. It was, I think, in some ways, like Facebook was the only social media platform that was used for in the way that different platforms are used now. And many groups that were created by survivors of domestic violence, they would talk about things like, am I getting hacked? How can my partner find me? And I found that just basic knowledge around staying safe online, about security settings, the kind of things that we take for granted right now, with the great work that the tech companies have done on sort of showing exactly how to keep your account safe and also creating more features, they just didn't exist then. So that's kind of like how Jen started working on tech abuse. We now have resources around healing from trauma, understanding trauma in about 14 languages. We are global, we're free. So I'll start with like the first thing that we did, which at that time was really innovative, was in 2017, we launched a guide on online safety, which was specifically not written for celebrities, authors, journalists, human rights defenders. It was written for the average woman. And what we found was that when we had worked on it for 9 months, we built a document. Most of our at that time we were volunteer run, and most of the people in our organization were survivors themselves from different countries. That we didn't really get many survivors looking at our guide. And then we experimented with how we talked about online safety. And we realized that the way we talk about online safety was at that time was very much the way everybody talked about gender-based violence, which was, go offline, or this is like really bad, your life can be ruined, and like, showing really graphic examples that can be re-traumatizing. So we changed that. We actually, as a joke, we put pictures of cats across our guide on online safety. And it was a joke. It was an internal joke at the team. And what we found was it increased our engagement by about 70 times with our resource. Just because we talked about online safety in a space of like creating joy, being able to, be online and just not having to go offline. So just wanted that kind of taught us a lot about how we talk to survivors. So what I think that what we see in civil society now, just 11 years forward, having been doing this work globally, I find that the space that civil society captures is one that is unique because we are both able to serve survivors who would never go to the police, would, or might have gone to the police and would not have had a good experience. That we are the space that they come to for advice. We are also the space which has the most diverse access to different kinds of survivors, so that we are able to share that knowledge with the law enforcement, with governments, with academics, with the tech companies. So Chan does a lot of work with tech companies and like sharing our expertise around trauma informed design and how technologies can be safer in the beginning. We did a bit of research in 2022, which specifically looked at what trust and safety mechanisms can change, online safety. And then lastly, I would talk about like actually creating more space for healing. So, we've heard a lot about e-monitor so far, which is really good in terms of monitoring. The place where most organizations in the civil society sit is either dealing one-to-one with survivors on their healing or on actually campaigning. So Chen works on the healing space. We launched the world's first sort of online free course on healing from image-based abuse, and like what that does to someone's like identity, self-perception. At the moment, it's only in English, but we hope to have it in different languages. So that is an example of another thing that we've done. And we're also working on an AI tool which would help survivors actually advocate for themselves, because not all survivors will have the language to actually describe what they're experiencing. This was what really interesting in all of our years of work. We find that even though people know like what's happening to them is wrong, the fact that they're getting, and what tech abuse can look different in different regions as well. In South Asia, we sometimes find there's like a lot of things around just threats are enough without even having perpetrators having to carry out action. Women would have been killed for just being seen with someone with of the opposite gender. Um, and also similarly in the Middle East, we see like, people using just very simple technology like SMS. But then now we're seeing increasingly cases of deepfake abuse, image-based abuse. So we are creating an AI tool that helps survivors actually advocate for themselves, whether it's through their schools, universities, police, government, jobs, employment, anything, to actually put their case forward, to actually empower them to do that. So I think there's a variety of ways that civil society is already and can actually work more on sort of forging solutions with survivors. I think it's really important that we work with a diverse set of survivors, and make them part of the solution. That's really the ethos of Chen, about how we design with survivors and not for them, because that's how we get to know. And if we can design for the
We
sort
have
of
1 minute left.
yeah, how if we can design to create more spaces for survivors to actually have that agency to design what the future looks like for them, it means that we are better prepared because they are the ones who are experiencing this. So I'll stop there, and I look forward to our question and answer session.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hussein. Now, yes. Now I'd like to invite our first discussant, Mr. Sang Pil-yoon, professor at School of Cybersecurity, Korea University, to share his insights and pose any questions to the panelists. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Lee. I'm Dr. Yoon from Korea University. And also, thank you for the great opportunity to learn about the global efforts being made by the UNODC and UNDP. And I think the eMonitor Plus should be more activated and expanded through international cooperation. As a discussion, I want to talk about the next step after the monitoring activities, which is how to stop the illegal activities after collecting data, because our subject is not only about prevent, but also eliminate. So very powerful approach. So in this viewpoint, I'm going to propose a regulatory and technological approach. Korea is also facing a serious problem of digital sexual crimes, especially deepfake contents using artificial intelligence. So in order to investigate such cases, it is important to prove the intent of a person who's typing a certain command. And we can discuss about some kind of regulation that requires service providers to keep the prompt records. So this could be a regulatory point. And in a technological approach, it is also possible to inject some digital noise into original photos or videos at the time they are posted online. And then we can make it impossible to synthesize the contents using publicly available data. So those things, both measures would require cooperation with platform companies. And even if there is an international effort, we need a cooperation of each government, and the cooperation of companies is crucial for such measures to be possible on the ground. But also, as you know, today's communication environment in commercial cryptography technologies are being developed, and law enforcement are facing great challenges. For example, remind the San Bernardino cases in 2014. FBI requested Apple to unlock the iPhone, and Apple denied because they are worrying about the user's privacy. So does this make sense? So the notion that the marketplace could create something that would prevent the closet from ever being opened, and even with properly obtained court order, it makes no sense, definitely. So recently, law enforcement are adopting hacking process, which is direct and focused approach to obtain evidence. it can be more targeted investigation and not like a broad surveillance. So it would be more legal and constitutional approach in my opinion. But most important thing is an oversight system. Without the oversight system, there is no any effective verifying, I mean, the check and balance approach. So, and it could make some worries about government surveillance issues. And there is a lot of debate about how to regulate artificial intelligence, such as the EU approach or United States approach. And Korea is also considering a similar legal system to the European Union. And following the presentation of Ms. Tinatin Gogolaj, the system can analyze the emotional response of people. And the European Union AI Act bans those kind of systems that infer people's emotion in the workplace and educational institutions. So it can be also a regulatory issues in the age of AI. And it seems we are at the entry level to deal with these problems. So there needs to be more public space for the international organizations, governments, companies, and citizens and others to share agendas and raise awarenesses and think together about how to deal with the negative impacts of the emerging technologies. And lastly, I have some questions about the system. I would like to ask anyone who knows about the following problems. As you know, in the process of collecting and learning from cyberspace using publicly available data, aren't there any possibilities to collect data which is not related to TFGBV? And I think it is quite difficult to identify real data about crimes because, for example, considering the ecosystem of the crimes, they usually use their own secret code words like drug traffickers. And sometimes it may be necessary to get data from the law enforcement or judicial institutions. And I think it may be difficult to get this data due to many reasons, such as we cannot open those data because it is ongoing cases, or I'm worrying about privacy issues and so on. So it might be a problem of data sharing issues in the administration. So the first question is there any system to validate and manage the collected data to mitigate any misuse or negative effect? And wasn't there any issues worrying about excessive data collect and any privacy infringement or misuse of data when adapting the monitoring plus system at the state level? And the second one is considering that it is important to monitor and timely collect criminal intelligence more accurately. So how do you get the training data? Is it solely from open source? Or following the presentation of Ms. Susama Lisber, sorry for that, and the program also collect from other source. So I'm wondering what is the other source? And the next one is also the AI function system is based on LLM. How do you deal with the hallucination problem at the system? And that's the end. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Yoon. I'm aware of the remaining time. We are slightly behind the schedule, but perhaps I could give the floor to Osama to respond to Professor Yoon's question briefly.
Well, these are a lot of questions, but yeah, maybe starting with the last one on AI hallucination. And I think this is also linked to the other question related to data validation, both of which, I mean, we deal with them through working with human monitors who are trained, who understand the topic, who understand the definitions, who understand and who are working on this space we are working on. So if we are working on TFGPP, we are talking about someone who are already trained and understand the issue very well, and they are the one who are conducting the data validation, because we never publish results of AI as they are. And I mean, this is always the recommendation from UNDP side. There is always a need of human monitors to validate the data before they are being published. On the issue of training data, actually, I think this is really one of the powerful things that we have, is that when I spoke about 150 monitors who are working and that they are conducting the classification at their level, we are actually, other than understanding the trends in the country, understanding the nature, prevalence, of TFGPV in the country, we are also using this data for the training of the AI model as well. So this is why also this is super helpful. It can allow to train on low resource languages such as Georgian, for example. It's a low resource language, the Vehi, for example, and others. So the work of the human monitors is also a powerful tool for us to train the AI and making sure that the accuracy of it is increasing over time. And then last question related to data and adding data from outside of the platform. Yes, it is possible. I mean, we meant there any type of data. So any type of data can be imported into the platform through, I mean, in the form of Excel format or any of these formats. You can just upload this data. But as you said, I mean, issues related to the privacy, sensitivities of this data needs to be taken into consideration before we use, of course, and utilize this data. So issues related to data governance from an overall perspective is really super important. Over.
Thank you so much. We have last but not least, one more discussant, Professor Kang Min-gyu. And then I would like to invite him to the floor. And then you have 4 minutes.
네, 반갑습니다.
Great pleasure to meet you all. And yes, I am the very last panelist for the very last session, so it's basically the toughest job on earth, basically. And I'm sure that everybody's wondering how short my comments will be, so but no worries, it's very short, so rest assured. So I've been listening attentively to the speakers and the panelists, and I believe that may be of a different language, but we're basically saying the same thing. We do understand that TFGBV is serious, and of course we really do want to prevent this going forward, and it's about coming together and joining hands to really prevent and eradicate. So I think that's basically the gist. So then, I think that, well, now it's about sharing our thoughts and our ideas, but of course, we have the case of Indonesia as well as North Macedonia and all of these various regions. But I think that we didn't really have the space to really talk about these ideas and insights. Basically, I don't think that we really had a very robust community where we can talk amongst ourselves. But we have UNDP and we have KNPA hosting these sessions. And maybe if we can put together an online community to share our thoughts more frequently, I think that would be great. And as a last panelist, as mentioned, it's devastating. I have to talk about innovation, but already we've been talking already about various innovations, and there's no other innovation remaining on the table. So I don't know how I can contribute, but my last comment would be that the Monitor Plus and the trends, data mining, these trend analysis tools, I think that these were some excellent presentations and tools. And based on my experience, of course, Indonesia, Cote d'Ivoire, North Macedonia, when I've actually taught the sessions there in these respective countries, these tools, and of course they are open source and they should be open source, and in terms of how this should be used and applied, can we say that true sharing be possible? So it's not just about just throwing the tools there, it's also about making sure that it can be applied, making sure that it can be used. So then these tools, I would like to understand. We have representatives here in the countries. How can they apply to use these tools would be my first question. And the trends and keywords, of course, this is important to identify. But in order to prevent TFGBV, how can we utilize this as investigative evidence, for instance? That's my second question. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So regarding his first question about the e-monitoring plus tool, so how can country offices countries could apply and then get the support to localize it and then implement this? Perhaps can I invite you to answer this question? If I understood correctly, the question is about how can the countries get the support to receive the know-how of utilizing the e-monitoring plus tool and then implement it
Yeah, sure. As you mentioned, actually, I mean, the importance of open source is really powerful, and this is one of the things that we believe in UNDP. And yeah, I mean, eMonitor Plus is an open source tool, and the goal of that is making sure that any of our partners can install the tool and then use it directly with this explanation on how this could be done, but also ensuring that, I mean, open sourcing ensure always, the continuous improvement of these type of tools. And actually, I was having this conversation with Sufyan before this panel about the importance of improvement, because as technology is improving, ways in which we are detecting, we are collecting data, we are analyzing this data is also changing as well. And this is why having a community who are doing so is super powerful and important. But usually, I mean, the deployment of the tool from UNDP side, when we are partnering with the team, we usually go through what we call the 5-step approach, which includes identifying the scope of the project, and then moving into the methodology customization. And actually, my colleagues here spoke about the indicators that they have been using. So this is one of the things that we do. We customize this into the national level. Then we move into the training and capacity building, where we offer trainings on how to use the tool, but also on the ways in which but also related to the definitions related to the topic that we are working at. And number 4 is really the day in which we start collecting data. So collecting the data, analyzing this data, and finally, the 5th step is how do we use and utilize this data? So having a full strategic response toward that. So these are the 5 steps that we usually go through when we are to implement the tool at the country office level.
Thank you so much. And I know I'm conscious of the time, and we are like 2 minutes over the stipulated time, but I would like to, I'm looking around the floor if there's are any burning questions. And then also,
Yes, but I still have a quick question. So I wonder if, let's say, if I want to use this very next week, do I need to just call UNDP gender team? Do I just need to send an email to try this out? Is it as simple as that? If I want to utilize this tool, so exactly where should I go to ask for information to use this?
Yeah, I think this is a little bit not super straightforward. I mean, usually when we are to implement the tool, these type of tools could be used also for other purposes as well, right? Like they could be used for surveillance purposes as well, right? So we are talking, and this is way in which UNDP in some of these cases need to be looking at these steps and making sure that the tools are deployed in the in the ways in which adheres also to the principles that govern the data from the UN perspective in general. So this would mean that it would require conversations at the beginning about the specific purpose, the scope, etc. And from that, of course, having conversation with the country offices of UNDP or the UN office in the country. And then from that, of course, providing specific access from our own perspective. The other way forward for that is, of course, as an open source, you can download it, use it yourself, but without the specific support of UNDP in the deployment of the tool. But yeah, I mean, as I said, usually we need to go through some of these steps before we are to deploy the tool. We need to look at a credible, trusted partner at the national level where we can work with and implement. In many cases, we are looking at also not individuals, but partners, right? Like institutions, civil society organizations, public institutions, etc.
thank you so much. Do we have any questions from online participants? Can you check? No? Okay, in that case, we are 4 minutes over the time. So if no further question, oh, I see Sophia's hand. Please.
Thank you very much. This is not to add for the time of the session, just to reflect on 2 things. So the first thing is about what Wendy presented, and thanks a lot for making the case and showing that it's not only about digitalization, it's about system changes also. So this is something that we are trying to do through this project also, and specifically the next phase. But Wendy, could you please give us some advices when we are doing this? This is the first thing that I would like to mention. The second thing is what Mr. I think Lee mentioned about the after monitoring. So what should we do later? So this is also something that we are looking at to use maybe the tool, the eMonitor Plus tool, in addition or in, let's say, conjunction with other tools. So what could be, for example, tools that KNPA or other Korean agencies that could be combined with this tool to go further and tackle the issue or eliminate it, if not preventing even. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. I'm not sure that within the time that we have, I can give very specific advice, perhaps around this tool, but in general, I would say a few things. From where we are now, I think we're not looking likely to be able to automate our way out of the social division, the hate, the misogyny, the racism, the political violence that we live with online and offline. And of course, they are not binary. I think that we need to recognize how it is that we got here. And by looking at the fact that discourses of division have been left unchecked in our pre-digital world, what we now see is that we have extremely powerful commercial interests that have leveraged that and are now using that against us. And the way in which it's being used against us, I think, is by encouraging us to think that we are in a democratized space online where we can share all of our ideas, all of our artistic output, etc. We can reach out for love, we can buy services, we can get our degrees online and all sorts of things. Part of it is true, but part of it, I think, has put us in an extraordinarily vulnerable circumstance as humankind. By putting all of this information online, it has in fact allowed for the development of incredible wealth and incredibly powerful technologies. We wouldn't have the generative AI that we have today if we hadn't put all of our data online in this way. And I think the other thing to say is that now that we do have AI operating the way that it does through algorithms, recommendations and so on online, and the business model of these platforms, discord is incentivized. They are making money out of the increasing discord online. So we, on our side, law enforcement, lawyers, civil society, academics, are scrambling to try to put in place responses to what is actually working extremely successfully for technology companies. Every time, and we wonder why, when there is a post that maybe is ironic, maybe there's a meme and it's ironic, it's misogynistic, but it's irony, can you not take a joke? And then we look at the comments and we've said, it's escalating violence in the comments. This is inevitable. I think that we can't just run education programs in schools and so on and assume that we're going to tackle that effectively. So it has to be also about reform in the technology sector. In terms of what can be done in terms of leveraging these technologies safely, I think that this is a really good example of what can be done to really showcase the depth of the problem. But I fully agree that there need to be a lot of safeguards put around this. All of the questions that were asked about hallucinations and what data was it trained on and so on, all of this is correct. And I think that, we are in a situation now where everything is open source, but remember, stalkerware is open source as well. So I think one of the things we have to be doing is being very specific when we're talking about technology. What technology use cases are we talking about right now? And what laws need to be put around those? What is the purpose for humankind that we have stalkerware freely available on the ClearNet? It's hard for me to understand how this is innovation, how this is progress for humankind. So I think there are points at which, as international organizations, we also need to be saying, I'm sorry, I'm going to be brave and say in a panel on innovation that we have to not accept everything that is labeled innovation, that is labeled AI. There's a lot of scope for the use of technology in the criminal justice system. I'm advocating for that. But we have to be very specific about what we're talking about. We have to have very strong safeguards around it. And we have to train at all levels of the organisation, and all organisations within the criminal justice system. We have to train so that they understand, so that when a police officer receives a complaint of TFGBV, that police officer doesn't say, come back to me when you've got bruises, which is so common. And that we don't have the prosecutor stop with that same claim, or the judge who says, what? I'm sorry, I don't do social media cases, out. There's a whole host of sort of training that, you know, we are all doing, the international organizations, civil society, to try to strengthen this system. But, you know, I think we're in this for the long haul. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any last questions? And then Osama, perhaps, do you have something to say? I thought you raised your hand, so that's okay. All right. All right, in that case, I would like to wrap up the session. I think we had like so many good discussions, and then I think the key message is that there is no silver bullet per se, unfortunately. And then also we have to keep in mind that we have to diligently look at the other side of the coin. So technology can be very beneficial, but we have to be very aware of the side effects, and then we have to diligently look for solutions to mitigate. And then as Wendy said, we don't have to accept everything. We have to like keep questioning and then like improve it. And then for that, I think we should let us reflect on the powerful role we all have in unfolding this, and then and address and then prevent the TFGBB. And I would like to conclude the session, and back to you.
Thank you very much. Why don't you give them another round of applause, everyone? Thank you very much for sharing your expertise and experience with us. Before wrapping up the day one, we'd like to take a group photo all together. So please join us on the stage, the people sitting at the back and on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, please join us on the stage so we can have a group photo session all together. And please stand up on the stage. For those of you who are sitting at the back and at the very left-hand side and the right-hand side, please join us on the stage. We're going to take a group photo all together. Please proceed to the stage. 기념 사진 촬영 진행할 예정입니다. 가장 뒷편에 앉아 계신 분들부터 왼편과 오른편에 계신 분들 모두 무대로 자리해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. Once again, please proceed to the stage as we're going to have a commemorative photo session all together. And thank you very much for your cooperation. Please join us on the stage. Yes, feel free to join us on the center of the stage. 뒤편에 계신 분들께서도 앞쪽으로 나와주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 사진 촬영할 수 있게 중앙으로 모시겠습니다. 가장 오른쪽에 계신 분들도 무대로 올라와 주시기 바랍니다. So we're going to take a group photo all together. Please feel free to proceed to the stage. Please join us on the stage as we're going to commemorate this meaningful gathering by taking a photo all together. Gentlemen, please join us on the stage. Thank you. We're quite a big group. Please stand shoulder to shoulder, and the taller individuals, please position yourselves at the back row. Yes, if you're tall, please position yourselves. Yeah, the first row, you may have a seat so we can capture everyone's face at one photo. Can you please gather in the center? Let's gather closer at the center, yes. And please stand shoulder to shoulder so we can capture everyone's face. Show us biggest smile, everyone, towards the camera. Small heart towards the camera. Thank you. Any heart is fine. Thumbs up, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your participation. You may return to your seat. This is important announcement for those who are joining us tomorrow. Please don't forget to bring your name tag. Once again, for those of you who are joining us tomorrow as well, please bring your name tag. 내일도 참여하시는 참가자분들께서는 명찰을 반드시 가지고 와주시면 감사하겠습니다. Once again, for those of you who are joining us tomorrow as well, please bring